The following program is for adult audiences only.
Sky's beautiful and so are you. I wanna make it up to you, start something new. Yeah, I've been thinking of the parts I played for you. Now I'm drinking from the bottle as I do. It's like a long dream. you're on the wrong team. Oh, there's a light and there's a fire coming out of me every time I see one's a destroyer and one is a warrior, fighting hard to be the better part of me, the better part of me, the better part of me. Another day, another rhyme, trying to sugarcoat and reconcile, so I can do a dance and make us both forget. Only to stop it all and play it out again. It's like a long dream. You're on the wrong.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff.
I wouldn't change anything.
I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything, we would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but we'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are on the MSC and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape, it's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of Mixing and Chilling with Hunky Vape and Kenny the Vaping Heed, who's frozen.
You've muted
Heed
his.
is frozen. What's going on there?
You've muted me.
You're frozen. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, what a wonderful way to start the stream off. We got dangle clacks galore. No, I have not muted you. I hear you.
It's saying I'm muted. There you go.
Hey! That's wonderful, man.
It came up.
It came up direct. I muted you. I went, eh?
I did while you were gone because the stream was playing in the background and I heard the stream, play the video for the intro. And I muted you, but then I unmuted you and I could hear you, but your video feed was frozen. Hey, man, Dangle Clark's galore. But I mean, considering how many different things I've been working on, like...
Stop.
Bada bing, bada boom. You guys won't hear it because the filter's just been turned on and it's been done by chat command. And VapePal is here to help us out. Send some of these chat commands so that you guys go, hey, man, I could do that myself. So there's Kenny crunching off. And there's Kenny crunching on. When he's done eating, you could turn the Kenny crunching on so you can hear everything again. The only time it's an issue is when he's sharing something on Chrome and then that filter's on to try and get rid of noise and everything besides human speech is considered noise. And then you can't hear what he's sharing. But there's so many functions that I've now just enabled in chat command because this is a production by the Hunky Horde. That's all of you people out there. So as I tried to do in the beginning of the show, but it didn't seem to work because it wasn't on that scene.
That's cool. I like that idea. That vapor light looks good.
Where is he? Where's our buddy Andrew Cuomo? He's not popping up. So I didn't fix everything.
Oh, what?
I feel bad.
Still time, man. Still time.
That one doesn't work either. Because it's probably meant to ignore the bot command.
Possibly. But you're getting some in. We've got some going.
All right. We'll get this. We'll get this. I got a bunch of stuff scheduled for you guys, a bunch of wonderful things to do. And we're going to go back in time today. Because, vaping's been around for well over a decade, right? And if it's been around for over a decade, well, that means we've got history to go look at. And one thing I wanted to find out is, how well has that history aged? What they said about vaping 5 years ago, and what the advocates, the anti said 5 years ago, and what they said about cigarette smoking 10 years ago, how well does that age? We're going to take a look at some of that stuff. And we're going to look at some science, because, that's where policy should be based on. It should be based on the science. We had science 5 years ago. We had science 10 years ago. And we got science today. And even though nobody's funding the science that actually goes to you and says, hey, man, compare this to a cigarette, we're down to like 1% because, well, these disposables, they put out hardly any vapor whatsoever. And you know what? The coils in there, they never go bad because it runs out of juice long before the coil goes bad. So there's no metals in the e-liquid vapor anymore. There's no heavy toxicants. It's way less than what we thought it was going to be. We said it couldn't possibly exceed 5% the harms of smoking, right? What if I told you that it cannot possibly exceed 2% the harms of smoking? Are they going to finally advocate for us to, have this available and freely sold everywhere you can buy a pack of cigarettes? Are they going to make cigarettes prescription only? That's the problem. Cigarettes are the problem. Cigarettes kill people. Vaping doesn't. Vaping saves people. And as a cigarette smoker, I don't think they should have to get a prescription. But if you truly wanted to clamp down and be a, brutal dictatorship, well, make the cigarette smokers go get a prescription for the cigarettes. Then they can buy all the cigarettes they want. Because then they're an informed consumer. Because their doctor's going to say, hey, man, it's probably going to kill you. If not you, then your friend, because it kills over half of the people that use it for their lifetime. Anyway, we got a bunch of stuff in the news to cover. Old stuff. A bunch of old science, bunch of new science. Okay. And as you saw me fiddle farting around on the little table that displays what the retro vape is for this week, I decided to finally give it a go. I got tired of sitting and looking at it underneath my microphone here The damn vape doom that Kenny says, oh man, you got to try that with that cotton. So he sent me some of this Cellu cotton, and I've got a big, massive box of it. So I want to see if this is ready to go wicking for that damn vape doom. Kenny said it was fantastic when he did it. So he's going to teach me how to wick it with this Cellu cotton. That's our retrofit.
1 strip and a half.
Yeah. So we're going to do that today. And we've got our lovely dad jokes. Mallery dropped a bunch in. I resurrected a bunch of stuff from my history, my Google photos. We've got so much stuff going on. Michelle Elliott was the first one here today. I wanted to say hello and welcome. Dusty Country Road. We got Vaping Heat and Sean Lynch, James R., Mitchell Smith. We got our bot Vape Pal, Mallery Gates, and Dutch. Hello and welcome to the stream. Wonderful to have all yous here. As you can tell, I'm automating some stuff. And
we have Michelle Elliott as well came in, I think. Yep, Michelle Elliott.
She was the first one here,
She made it live, everybody.
Yeah.
She's actually stating she made it to a live show. Thank you. Wow.
So there's a command that we talked about this last week, and it was a bunch of stuff that didn't work, right? And I figured out what the problem was, right? We didn't have the welcome pop-up message show up last week, and we had the fireworks not working. And it was all because I was working to try and get my control software, StreamerBot, to talk to Virtual DJ and then do stuff in OBS, right? So I created a thing where you guys can type a command. If you ever like, oh man, that song is really cool, right? You want to know what the song is? Well, there's the artist and the name of the song. And it's in the same queue as the hello message, the welcome message. But I didn't give it a delay, which I gotta go do. That's wonderful. But the whole point is now you guys can figure out, what the name of the song is if you want to know it. I'm telling you, this whole production is the Hunky Horde controlled stream. And we got all kinds of commands that, have been put in there. And I'm going to be uploading them later to the Discord server. So if you haven't already joined the Discord server, there's a link in the description below. But here's one I really want to try out.
Welcome, boys and girls, to the Starship Enterprise Mark Hunky.
There! How you like that one, mate? Did you even see it?
I can't even roll. Yes. Make me go, ooh.
Oh, and that's something else I updated. William Dobson last week, you suggested we do the boo, and everybody seemed to love it so much. Well, I didn't want people to get sick and tired of hearing the boo sound. So now, the boo sound, every time you run it, it's going to run a random of, I think, 10 or 12 boo sounds that I made. So if you run multiple ones, it'll run multiple ones because it's a non-blocking sound. So you guys
Good news, everyone!
When you hate stuff. All this wonderful stuff.
Holy fuck. I'm a bit dizzy after that. Like, whoa, don't be doing that to make us dizzy. I love it.
There you go. Works both ways. I wasn't just going to do it to him. But you got all this stuff to play with, It's the first truly interactive vape stream on YouTube.
Everything's interactive.
Heck yeah.
Do you know what the plan is here, don't you, folks? You know exactly what his master plan is, right? Right?
What's that?
He's going to have everything automated, so you guys run the show and we just sit here and just enjoy it.
We just sit here and just have our bullshit conversations like we were two guys sitting at a bar. Yeah. And I've got a lovely, not for kids, adult beverage to review today. And I got another one that I'm revisiting. I think we did it before, but I don't really remember. So we're going to have two of them. Neither one of them are made for kids. But when you look at the packaging, you might disagree with that statement.
No, not made for kids. No. love it. Wow, man.
Diggity. Didn't realize when I clicked on that thing, it popped up the browser window. But we've got all kinds of stuff because, you know what? We're here to have fun. It isn't just all doom and gloom.
That's it.
You know?
Well, vape news. Oh, God. There's not really much out at the minute, but
you know what? We're a bunch of THR advocates, so we need to know what's going on in the news because we're sick and tired of our rights to be able to enjoy a product that's not going to kill us being taken away from us. And once again, we're told, you know, quit or die. We did quit. We quit the thing that was killing us. And we're choosing something that's not killing us, but now you want to limit our option and our access to the things that's saving our lives in favor of quit or die again. No. Just like this picture says, we blame Larry, not the car. You drive hammered, you get nailed. You kill somebody with your car while you're drinking and driving, you don't blame the alcohol. You blame the person that's doing the wrong thing. Same with these kids. When these kids are doing something that they're not supposed to have access to, you don't go after the manufacturer of the product. You don't go after the people that are selling it, although technically you should. You go after just the one person who sold it to that one kid, not after the whole industry.
Exactly. Exactamundo, sir.
We're here advocating for public health, period. So.
Tell you what I bought that arrived.
Come on, let's see it.
Extension kit for the Osiris. It's arrived and it's on.
Ooh, nice. How many mils can you get in there now?
Oh, I think it's, is it 6 or something like that? Maybe 7, 68. I'm not sure now. But it's very nice, the kit.
You big lawbreaker, you. You're such a criminal.
Me? Never. I'm not. Me? There it is there. Hang on. What you get? EVALI. What you get? You get one for each colour. So whatever colour you've got, all the chimneys match. Really nice.
Yeah.
But it's 1 inch tall, 1 inch tall, straight. 5 multicolour neck extensions, and you know that's the. There's no marks on. I can't now. There's no you know what's on. So there you go. Extension kit. Lovely jubbly. And he's
beautiful.
Round. Oh yes, and you also get O-rings in it as well. So you've got spare O-rings as well.
I got vape mail.
What does it hold? That's a bit of a bummer. I didn't tell you.
Because there's stuff that I need to get done reviewing. So amongst, taking care of my wife's brakes this week and changing oil in the truck and fixing the exhaust on the truck, I've got new products to review. So I need to finish the review for the Smoant 11 Pro and get that uploaded. And I'm going to start doing the review for this Feelin' AX by Nivox.
Oh, very nice.
Looks very X-Slim-ish, if you ask me. And
well, they are kind of all looking the same way anyway.
The Feelin' 2. Here we got the Feelin' 2,
Woo-hoo!
Also by Nivox, and this one looks more Freemax-ish. But I don't know.
Yeah, it's a weird one. They're all starting to look like some of the old classics now, aren't they?
Yeah. Classics are in, man. Haven't you heard? Classics are in. And then in the news, we find out that the Dutch are now... Vaping Bic has got, a problem now because they got a flavor ban going on. There's a propaganda campaign that's being run in their country and just doing the same kind of nonsense we see here in the States. I was sitting there watching a YouTube video about, coding or something, and I got exposed to more FDA-sponsored tobacco control crap. The Real Cost campaign. 60-year-old almost, having to watch a Real Cost campaign video because they work so good at targeting their audience at kids only.
Terrible.
What are you doing?
I think me battery on my
this isn't the
scales
time
has
and place
died.
for you to be playing with yourself, mate.
I can't find it. Oh. Batteries.
You got your scale and it's low on batteries.
Oh man, I've got some somewhere. I'll dig them out as we get time. I'll dig some out.
Let's keep on vaping like our lives depend on it, because they kind of do.
They do.
Sure do,
They do.
man.
They do.
They sure do.
They sure do. Well, I've got the battery there. That might help us a
Anti-vaping
bit.
propaganda is brain poison. Yeah, it really is.
Sure is. So let's find out what kind of anti-vaping propaganda has been disseminated across the works today and is there for our consumption. Stephen Lane, hello and welcome. Michael Redfern, hello and welcome. And William Dobson, hello and welcome. It's time to roll the news bumper. Holy moly. The dangers of vaping. What we know in 2024. What a crock of shite, mate. we got to do something about this. Middle school use is up. Fact check, misleading. Middle and high school nicotine vaping dropped 61% over the past 4 years. 1.9% of teens vape nicotine daily. So many might be hooked that it's down over 50% in the past 4 years. Oh, my goodness.
Whoa.
Is the misinformation in there? No, of course not. Fact check. More than 1 in 4 teens use e-cigarettes daily. That's false. 7.7% of middle and high schoolers vape nicotine at least once in the past 30 days. I don't know how they can define that as a user. Hey, man, you want to try my beer? You're a user of beer. You tried it. You took a sip.
Me?
You are now an alcoholic from this point forward. Have a nice day. I don't think that's very nice.
No, I'm not.
But that's what they're doing. Of those 25.2%, 1 in 4 vape daily. So that's 1.9%. 1 in 53 vape nicotine daily, not 1 in 4. Propaganda. Almost 90% use flavored e-cigarettes. How many people love unflavored e-cigarettes? Huh?
No
1/10 of 1%, maybe? Maybe less than that?
Oh. How about nobody?
1 out of 82 million? I don't know. I know they exist. I have one. 0 nicotine, 0 flavor. It's just vaporized vegetable glycerin. It's essentially, I might as well stick my mouth up against the fog machine. It's the same thing.
Wow.
Facts are, we all want flavors. We don't like plain, boring, ordinary stuff. We love our flavors. We love different flavors. 90% of the 1.9% of teens who vape nicotine daily use flavored e-cigarettes. So 1.7% use flavored vaping. But let's be realistic. How many adults use flavored vaping? 99.9999% of them? Maybe? Huh?
More or less. Give it 0.5%.
More than 10% of young adults age 18 and 24 are vaping. Okay. If you take the obnoxious definition of tried it once in 30 days as a vapor, I don't. Do you count that for cigarette smokers? If a cigarette smoker vapes once in 30 days, are they now a vapor? Or are they still a cigarette smoker? I'm talking about, we should have the it should all be. Come on. We should play by the same rules. What's the deal here? Something wrong with my screen. Oh, no. There we go.
There you go, man.
Disposables are the most commonly used device. Well, yeah, because they work. There's nothing to learn. You buy it. You open it up. Hey, man, that tastes good. Also works great for homeless people, right? Also works great for people that have disabilities. You can't see good because your eyes are shot because you're old and you didn't take care of your eyesight, or you have some congenital problem with your eyesight. Do you need to go with the full modern tank system? Or is the person that loves and cares for you, wants to save your life, going to hand you a disposable because there's nothing to figure out? You hang it around your neck when you want to use it. Job done. Move on, right?
Even people that aren't dexterous with the hands anymore, the self, you don't have to press a button, you just breathe in. So all I've got to do is hold it. So,
exactly.
Arthritic and all that way, you can't make anything.
They want to cry the blues about disposables, and I understand why the vape shop owners are crying the blues, because you come in and you buy 5 of these a week and you're good to go for a month. I don't see that customer for a whole month. And what did I make on those 5 disposables? $5? Maybe 10 if I was greedy.
Do you not think part of that was because some of the hobbyists got what you call snobbish? Oh, no, we can't have that. We've got to rebuild. You know what I mean?
Yes and no. But I mean, it's also along the lines of, when you get a technology like this, you want it to be everywhere. You want it to be ubiquitous. That's why the corner store that's right next to me, that was originally going to be a gas station, but there's no gas pumps because it was too small for them to get a tanker truck in there to fill up the tanks. Anyway, long story short, the corner shop next to me, they sell cigarettes and they sell vapes. Yes, they're not PMTA authorized. They don't care. They're about selling stuff. And yeah, that's bad for the vape shops because, well, nobody's going to go to a vape shop if you can go to your corner shop and pick one of these up. But that's good for public health.
True.
You wonder why we can't get any funding as THR advocates? Well, it's because we're speaking for the consumers. And, asking you guys to give me $1. If every single one of my subscribers, I got like 1,800 subscribers right now, if every single one of them gave me $1 every month, do you know what I could do with this channel? Kenny and I were talking about Vic. He lost his studio because he doesn't get the sponsorship anymore like he used to. And he had to go work for a vape company. So he's no longer a consumer advocate. He's an actual industry person because he gets a paycheck from an industry company. Right? But if he got $1 from every one of his 80,000 things, not per month, per year, if every one of his 80,000 followers gave him $1, that would be a full-time gig for the dude. He could still be in the studio. I understand money's tight and all, but shit. What's $1? I finally, opened up the wallet a little bit. My wife yelled at me for not doing it earlier. I'm now a paid Twitter person. I paid for the premium package on Twitter so that I can edit my tweets because she got tired of me sitting there focusing so hard on making sure that I get the exact concise wording I could possibly make and fit it into the 160 character limit of Twitter. She's like, listen, I'm just trying to ask you a question. You don't have to, like, you know, freak out. I said, I'm trying to get this so that I don't make a typo. It's like, you're too anal about it. Says, yeah, but I'm not paying Twitter $8 a month. She's like, if it's only $8 a month, I want you to do it now. Don't wait. Because if you screw something up and you go back and you go, oh man, let me spell check that. Let me fix that. Oh, that was a typo. Let me fix it. For $8 a month, it's worth it. Do it. Okay, sorry. I just thought it was a frivolous expense.
Mrs. Hunky is secretly his production manager.
She's definitely the treasurer. But this whole thread, you know, debunkles this whole campaign crap that they're sitting there pushing on people. The dangers of vaping. What dangers? So I want to bring your attention to, because it's the 30th now of April, right? The end of April 2024. And unfortunately, because, you know, vApril is put on by the Vape Manufacturers Association, they're considered an industry partner, therefore not allowed to actually advertise their products in most of the world. But this is why consumer advocates and the vaping industry are the good guys, okay? Have you ever seen Big Tobacco put out a single page way for you to quit smoking? Huh? But the vape industry has this. How to stop vaping. So if 5 years ago you took vapril's advice and you switched and you find yourself a disposable, or you find yourself a little pod mod or a rebuildable tank, and oh my God, it was so wonderful, it got you to quit smoking, and now you want to stop vaping, well, you can see the same messaging on vApril, the truthful messaging that shows you how easy it is, if you really want to stop vaping. Just reduce the strength of your nicotine over time. Because it doesn't come from a combustible cigarette, you don't miss it as much. It's that simple.
True.
And when you taper yourself down to 0 milligram, then all you have left is the hand-to-mouth action. And because you're not on nicotine, if that's the reason why you were addicted, well, then you just won't reach for your 0 milligram vape. But we all know there's more to it than just that. You know? We like seeing the vapor come out. We've built these habits, and this is our coping mechanism for our lot in life, or our current circumstances as they've turned out today. You get dangle clacks, you get you stressed out. Move on.
Have a vape.
Job done.
Chilled out.
But this is why we're the good guys.
Very good.
How to stop vaping. No big tobacco companies ever put out a one-page way on how you quit their smoking products, right? These guys, I don't know why they don't get more views. Then again, maybe they do get more views, but YouTube doesn't let them know that they got more views.
This is from Analyze and Optimize.
Never heard of them.
Nicotine, a cognitive enhancer. 4 doses.
Can you all hear that? Or is that too loud? Too quiet? Let me fix that. Bada bing, bada boom.
Around 7 milligram. Increases brain metabolism by 30%. It restores memory, it enhances learning, and it tells you by stimulating the
cholinergic system. The whole point is nicotine is actually a wonder drug. It's provided by Mother Nature. That's why it's so readily available in tomatoes and potatoes and all kinds of other things, paprika and peppers, and it's there for us to consume, kind of like vitamins are, right? And there are certain of us out there that, you know, need more of this than other people do. That's like some people can drink like a fish and never become an alcoholic. And then you get other people that take a sip of alcohol, and as soon as they take that sip, they don't want one beer. They want the whole case. They don't want to stop. Right? There's some people that are just predisposed to needing a little bit of nicotine in their life. Kind of like we do with our coffee. We don't question people that drink a pot of coffee a day. We don't belittle them. We don't go, oh my God, you're on your third cup already?
Yeah. Oh my God, ban it.
Just normal. We accept it. And here's the problem. And this is something I've dealt with here, and I'm not sure, how the volume is today in our stream. Kenny says it's normal, so I'm assuming it's normal for you guys as well. But LUFS, standard loudness units that we're supposed to have it on, right? The standard for TV is minus 23 LUFS, all right? Loudness unit factor scale. YouTube wants it as a minus 14. That's why some people are always quiet, because they don't try to normalize their volume. YouTube will turn your stuff down. It's too loud, but they won't turn it up. That's why some people are always way too quiet. And why we have such hard time with our audio sometimes, because I updated the plugin and it changed the loudness of it. So I need to go back in and tweak that back in to our normal amounts. Anyway, this is one that they talk about all the time. It's a part of the little bumper that they roll, right? Ronald Reagan said, trust but verify. And he was talking about this, during the whole arms deal with Russia, and they wanted to take the wall down in Germany and the whole 9 yards with all that stuff. Trust but verify, right? Unfortunately, as tobacco harm reduction advocates, we don't trust anything except our own brain, our own research to come up with an answer, because everybody's got an agenda out there. And we are looking out for us and the rest of the vape family out there, the rest of the consumers out there, right? So that's what we're going to do today. We're going to take a look at the news, and we're going to clear the air, and we're going to take a look at what did they say in the past, and let's judge and evaluate how that has aged over time. First off, reputable website, right? Government.uk. It's not actually a blog by the UK Health Security Agency, right? And this was written by Martin Doctrell, clearing up some myths around e-cigarettes. 2018, he cleared the myths of e-cigarettes. But that's not what you see in the messaging today from the harm. I don't know. I don't even know what to call them. Tobacco control people? Clearing up some myths about e-cigarettes. This was written February of 2018. But they didn't learn anything from this article. No doubt you've seen some stories in the media recently following the publication of Public Health England's latest update, the evidence on e-cigarettes. The one where they said it cannot possibly exceed the 5% the harms of smoking, right? E-cigarettes do seem to be a bit like Marmite, quoting controversy among the public and media alike. That's not why it's a good soundbite. Okay, maybe. But this shit gets us to quit smoking. That's why we're advocates. That's why we talk about all this stuff everywhere. Every time we get a chance to. But he wrote this article. He cleared up the myths. E-cigarettes gives you popcorn lung. No, it doesn't. Diacetyl, the levels of diacetyl in e-cigarettes when they were in our e-liquids back in 2018 was a fraction of the diacetyl you would get when you light up a cigarette on fire and breathe that in. So what did the vape industry do? Did they say, hey, no, this is a myth? They just took it out of the e-liquid. They're diacetyl free now. So they couldn't say that, but they still say it. Because facts are irrelevant to tobacco control. E-cigarettes aren't regulated, and we just don't know what's in them. No, that's not true either. There's regulations they have to follow. There's certain things that are allowed to be in your e-liquid and certain things that aren't allowed to be in your e-liquid. Well, at least in Europe and the UK. And, well, manufacturers aren't going to make 15 different variations of it. It's not like Coca-Cola, where there's a formulation of Coca-Cola in the UK and there's a formulation in the United States because, well, in the United States, we don't care what chemicals we put in our stuff. As long as it's on the generally recognized as safe list, we can put it in there. So it's essentially you're drinking corn syrup, liquid corn syrup. It's got some flavoring in it. Whereas, you know, in the rest of the world, some places like Mexico, you have to put sugar in it. You're not allowed to use anything that's fake sugar. It's either sugar or nothing. Have a nice day. E-cigarettes must be harmful because they contain nicotine. That's bullshit, too. Why is nicotine on the World Health Organization's necessary medication list? If it was so bad for you. Exposure to e-cigarette harmful is vapor is harmful to bystanders. No, it's not. Doesn't exist.
Nope.
We have a physicist that published scientific studies that said, listen, the vapor that you exhale dissipates in 5 to 10 seconds max. Unlike cigarette smoke that lingers in the air for up to half an hour. And let alone when it settles, it's on your skin and continues to emit noxious compounds. So that's where the secondhand smoke is true, but secondhand vaping is crap.
Yep.
E-cigarettes will lead young people to smoking. Has that proven to be true? No. Matter of fact, cigarette smoking is at the lowest rates in recorded history for the youngest of our generation. The youngest of our population. So that's definitely a myth. Matter of fact, total nicotine use is at the lowest level in recorded history right now. And every day, it keeps getting less and less. Despite the fact that there's more and more smokers on the planet, according to the World Health Organization. But I don't believe anything they say anymore. They've lost all credibility with me. E-cigarettes are used as a Trojan horse so the tobacco industry can keep people smoking. That's bullshit. Matter of fact, if you look at any of the news that's out there right now about, finances and stock prices, they're scared shitless because they know that they're losing all their customers. All the people that smoked for generations have switched to vaping or they've quit completely. So how is it a Trojan horse? And besides, once you taste how good this is, are you going to really go light up a cigarette? No. E-cigarettes don't help you quit smoking. That's not true either. The number of studies that are out there that have been done just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger in size and volume and list and propensity to show that, well, compared with other nicotine replacement therapy products, this is twice as effective. I don't care what you compare it to. I don't care if it's Champix or Chantix or whatever you want to call it in your country, because of patent rights reasons or whatever. They have to name it a different thing, even though it's the same chemical compound. You take Champix and a nicotine patch, and vaping still kicks its ass.
Big style.
They do help you quit smoking, and the science is there. And, well, this myth was busted back in 2018, but nobody seems to care about it. Who especially doesn't care too much about this? Could it be the United States government and the Surgeon General? Oh,
possibly.
Look what they said in December of 2018. Oh, my goodness. E-cigarettes are a scourge, an epidemic upon our youth. This is when they started their bullshit propaganda about it being, an epidemic. We never said that. Surgeon General said it. We didn't say it. Always blame somebody else for your mistakes. In 2018, more than 3.6 million U.S. adults, including 1 in 5 high school students and 1 in 20 middle school students, currently use e-cigarettes. Remember, their definition of current use is once in the last 30 days. Oh, you saw your friend was vaping at the bar and he asked you to try his lovely, delicious mint flavored vape? Oh, welcome to the crowd. You're not a fucking vapor. Have a nice day. Damn shame that, you know, the current figures for 2024 is 1.9 million. We just talked about that. And daily use is 1.7%. E-cigarette aerosol is not harmless. Oh my goodness. Can you please compare it to some other things in society that we deal with every single day? Somebody, please? Is that possible?
No.
Nobody does that. Why?
Nope.
Because it's an outrageous comparison. It's not a black or white question. It's, man, that looks white, and I don't want it to look white, so I'm going to call it black, and I'm going to say it's always black, and I'm never going to admit the fact that it's not a shade of gray, because if I have to admit it as a shade of gray, it's so close to white that most people won't be able to tell the difference between white and gray.
Oh, yeah.
This is from 2018. What's the CDC pushing their propaganda now? Let's take a look at them. Because they don't like to show historic information at all. When something they publish becomes historic in nature because they were wrong and they don't want to admit that they're wrong, they never admit that they're wrong. What do? Take a look at EVALI. Oh, what happened to EVALI? You said it was going to be the scourge on vaping. It's the nail in the coffin. It's going to eliminate vaping because people were dying. We had proof. People were dying. We were wrong. It has nothing to do with nicotine vaping. It was illegitimate THC use. It's already illegal because prohibition works in our country. 100,000 people died of fentanyl last year. Because prohibition works great. So now you got to look in the archives to find it. Because they still haven't admitted, other than a little tiny thing that they had on there at one point. Dates of symptom onset and hospitalization admissions for patients with lung injury associated with e-cigarette use or vaping, which I think they should rename it. They shouldn't just delete it from the thing. They should just rename it. It's not EVALI. It's not e-cigarette vaping. It's vApril. Vitamin E acetate lung injury. We identified the problem, and here's the truth about it. Are they going to do that? They going to tell us the truth? No. It's disgusting. So what can we find out from the CDC? About electronic cigarettes. E-cigarettes have the potential. Oh my God, they're actually admitting the truth. We should celebrate. No! E-cigarettes have the potential to benefit adults who smoke and who are not pregnant. Excuse me. Why are you different than the UK? Do you know if you're pregnant in the UK, they will hand you a vape? And they will not only hand you a vape, but they'll send you money that you can use to get ready for your baby and to buy the refills you need for your vape because you're pregnant. And they would rather you vape than smoke because it's better for you. I don't know, man. If it's better for you, does that also mean it's better for the baby? And why are we doing a disservice to all the pregnant women in this country that are smoking cigarettes? I don't know.
Awesome.
I don't know why they're doing what they're doing.
Disgusting, man. Fetus be getting starved of oxygen and all that shit for the cigarettes going down. Not on.
Yeah, and the carbon monoxide that you're breathing in when you smoke, that you don't breathe in when you vape, you're only breathing in clean air with a little bit of vaporized vegetable glycerin and propylene glycol. But let's go look and see what can we get something out of here that is, helpful information. Let's take a look at it. Who is using e-cigarettes? Okay. We're looking at the history of it, right? We just talked about how there was like 4 million, right? And how they said that it's going to addict a whole new generation to cigarette smoking.
Obviously.
And now they're saying that it's addicting a whole new generation to vaping. How come the number keeps going down every year?
Bullshit.
Every year it just keeps going down.
Down and down and down.
We're 2 million, 2.13 million. Next year is going to be 1.9 million. Talk about hitting a gift horse in the mouth.
Down, down, deeper, deeper and down. Get down, deeper and down.
Down, down, baby. Listen, we're not here. We're not a singing show. Definitely
Way
not
on
singing.
down.
All right. I feel like I'm beating a dead drum, beating a dead horse here. So we're going to take a look at something. We're going to take a look at Truth Initiative and whether or not we should be calling them pedophiles. Oh, this is the FCTC. I'm sorry. This was back in 2016. They said there was going to be the scourge on society, right? This is when they started their battle against ENDS, electronic nicotine delivery systems, because they don't want to call it vaping. And how they all need to combine that all into tobacco control. Because the health risks of bystanders, we need to protect the bystanders. That's not true. There's science to show that's not true. Ability of ENDS to aid smokers to quit smoking. What did they say back then? Scientific evidence regarding the effectiveness of ENDS as a smoking cessation aid is scant and of low certainty. That's not true anymore.
Scant. Dude,
that's not true. Hey, bastard, hello and welcome.
How are you doing, sir?
They cost a penny to make and sell for $1. That's why they wanted to eliminate it. Because it's not big tobacco making the money. And if it's not big tobacco making the money and killing people, so big pharma makes money, well, then they're both against it. And that's why in Australia, they bundled it all together. You now have to go to a pharmacy after you go and see your doctor to get a prescription to vape. And when you go to the pharmacy to buy it, guess who makes those? Guess who makes those vapes? Big tobacco.
Ooh. Speaking of Australia, I've got a little article I would like to show later on.
Of course, mate. There's always time in the news for you to share your stuff, too. I got to change my batteries real quick before we move on. Because despite, me sitting here puffing on this the whole first half of the show, it's not what I need. 50 milligram Nick is not what satisfies me. I like either 3 or 6 milligrams in a rebuildable tank.
Hey, Bick, welcome, young man.
That is so satiating to me compared to this, that this isn't the product I need. Could this have gotten me to quit smoking? Probably. But I would have eventually titrated myself to this, migrated myself to it.
Definitely.
Right. So how about the media? Has the media got anything right in the history of vaping?
No, don't even go there with them. Bloody media, you're having a laugh, aren't you? Ooh, is there a battery in this?
E-cigarettes. Where do we stand from October of 2018? Did they get it right? Did CNN Health get it right? Well, let's take a look. E-cigarettes are increasingly being used as a nicotine alternative as smokers seek ways to kick their habit. They work by heating pure liquid called e-juice, composed of flavorings, propylene glycol, glycerin, and often nicotine, until it vaporizes. The resulting vapor is much less offensive to both smokers and non-smokers.
I love it. A liquid.
So far, they got it right.
Define it as such. Did they? Yeah.
So far, they got it right.
Because they're just describing the act. They're not describing everything else, are they?
Good news, everyone!
I knew there was a commercial coming, so I had to pause and throw the sound effect out there. But their use has become controversial due to a lack of evidence in their efficacy as an anti-smoking aid. We just talked about that. There's tons of studies out there of good quality. That's why Cochrane compiles them on a regular basis to let us know, what does the science say? And is the studies that we're looking at, are they of good quality? That we should, base our decisions on them? Yes! It does help people quit smoking in droves. Warnings about possible long-term health effects. Long-term health effects? What long-term health effects? Been around for almost 2 decades. Anybody keeling over? Anybody getting sick?
Absolutely. I'm living and breathing.
Anybody getting custard lung from vaping only custards their entire last 20 years of their life that they quit smoking? What's
but
the
I'm
science
a vanilla
show?
baby.
What's their doctor say when they go back after they quit smoking 20 years ago and they've been vaping for 20 years? What's their doctor say when they look at their chest x-ray now and compare it to what it was 20 years ago? Hey, man, I can't even tell you smoked. It looks good. Whatever you're doing, keep it up. But we don't want to look at history because we might learn from it and not make the same mistakes twice.
We never learn from history.
Who knows who that is?
On numerous things.
Drop it in chat. Who is that? It's our hero. Who invented vaping? Surely you know that answer.
I do, but I'm having a massive brain fart.
I have brain farts.
Well, he didn't technically. He didn't technically. It was out before
he was the first
did.
one to
He
commercialize
was out before he did. Yeah, he didn't invent it.
To
It
put
was
out a
before
product
he-
that people actually wanted to buy and actually fucking use because it actually fucking worked.
Yeah.
And you know what? I don't care. I thought about this before, and I'm like, listen, maybe I should make my show a little more G-rated. But you know what? YouTube's already age-gating it, so guess what? You're going to get the raw, natural me. You're going to get the real me, and God damn it, I'm pissed off about this. This should be sold everywhere, and government should be applauding it, not taxing the crap out of it. 2008 headline, World Health Organization slams e-cigarette marketing. Why? You want cigarettes to stay for sale everywhere? 2010 headline, the battle heats up. In May of 2009, the Food and Drug Administration released the results of a test of 2 U.S. e-cigarette brands, Enjoy and Smoking Everywhere, that found very low amounts of nicotine in cartridges labeled as nicotine-free. So Enjoy got a spanking in 2009, but because they were the only ones that got their PMTA product authorized by the FDA, Big Tobacco bought them out. Boy, how did that age? The only true vaping company that got a PMTA, and they're now owned by Big Tobacco.
Surprise.
Who would have thunk it?
Surprise,
anybody that understands
motherfucker.
how capitalism works could have told you that. Doesn't matter who the company was. If they were the only vape company that actually got their product authorized by the FDA, of course they were going to get bought out by Big Tobacco. It was going to be a bidding war. RJ Reynolds and Philip Morris. How much you want for this company? 10 million? Well, RJ Reynolds offered me 15. You can't even meet them? Well, we'll offer you 16. Well, let's go meet with the RJ Reynolds. Hey, man, Philip Morris just offered me 16 million. Your 10 ain't going to be enough.
Oh, well.
All right, we'll give you 20 million, but you got to sign within the next 24 hours. All right. Hey, Philip Morris, they offered me 25 million. We're offering you 30, but you got to sign right now. Okay, here's $30 million. Have a nice day.
Job done. A nice bit of hustle.
Do e-cigarettes really help smokers? Yes. Oh, poison control centers calls are skyrocketing. Bullshit. Vaping could be dangerous, but perhaps a quitting aid. No, it is a quitting aid. That's why the consumers got involved, and that's why they're out here advocating for this product to be sold everywhere. E-cigarettes may be safer. Maybe. Might be. Boy, who do you sound like when you say that? I don't know. Let me think. Who might say something like that?
Maybe.
The Lie Initiative. E-cigarette lies, stats, and regulations. Right. Updated, 6 of 21. Did they get anything right? Among youth who vape, 82.9% used flavored e-cigarettes in the past month. What are you talking about? How come it's only 82.9%? Why are they not like adults that want like 99.9% of their vapes to contain flavor?
Exactly.
Is it maybe because, I don't know, almost 18% of them are vaping cannabis and that's not an e-cigarette?
Yep.
We don't want people to know that because we're trying to legalize cannabis. It's harm reduction. But vaping's not harm reduction. Why? Isn't that a logical fallacy? No, it's a tobacco control marketing term. That's what the FDA chief said. Dr. Death. Talked about him last week. Juul remains the most popular reusable e-cigarette device. How come you haven't updated it since 2021? What was it? Because Juul got their PMTA denied? Not because of science reasons. Not because they didn't submit terabytes of data in scientific studies.
Yep.
Because we don't like them. They're evil. They got people to quit smoking. We can't have that. We need our tobacco tax money.
Wow. Oh, wow, wow, wow. How things have changed, eh?
I don't even know where to even start with them. Everything they say is nothing but horse hockey. Look at IQOS. That's not even for sale in the United States because they got into a patent war as soon as it was released. I almost bought one. We're coming back from our honeymoon vacation, and I almost bought one in Virginia because they were one of the test sites that they sell it in the sheets. I even have a picture of their sign out front. But they wanted $115 just for the frickin' heating unit.
Wow.
Plus, then you had to buy a package of these heat not burn sticks, which cost the same as a pack of cigarettes. So no, I'm not giving Big Tobacco any of my money.
That's probably another reason why it didn't take off. It was that bloody expensive.
Well, no kids could afford it. In that aspect, maybe it's true. But I mean, go to a vape shop and buy a full modern tank. You're paying over $100 for it. And then you got to buy a bottle of e-liquid. So it's the same. But, you know, when they fail to actually regulate those products, they come out with these products because these are sold everywhere. Anyway. Let's take a look at some vape science. Time for some vape science. I need to make a bumper for the vape science. That should be a separate segment on our stream. Look at the history. Look at the vape science history. They want to eliminate nicotine from society since they know that they can't eliminate e-cigarettes and they know that they can't eliminate smoking because that's what vaping's doing. They've decided to change their agenda. It's no longer about eliminating smoking or eliminating the harms caused by smoking. It's about eliminating nicotine now. Nicotine replacement therapies, patient safety, and persistence. Here we have a piece of science that comes out and it says, listen, if you really want to quit smoking, nicotine replacement can work, but you got to stick with it. The patch falls off because you were sweaty. Put another one on. Clean it off, dry it off, rub it some alcohol. Put another one on. You got to keep using it. Except they don't want you to know that today because if you vape, well, you're using your nicotine to not smoke. So now it's a bad thing. Even though the science says that's how it works. How about harm reduction?
Wow.
Can we take a look at some science about harm reduction? How's that aged over time? Tobacco harm reduction. The need for new products that can compete with cigarettes. Here we have two scientists that are begging and pleading for somebody to come up with a frickin' solution. Surely you guys have some technology that you can use to make something so much better than a cigarette that people will forget wanting to light up a cigarette because they enjoy this so much more. Wow.
Yeah.
Snus use in Sweden provides strong evidence in support of harm reduction. Wow. When did they say this?
Let's keep on vaping like our lives depend on it, because they kind of do.
They said this back in 2014. Sweden was the example back then. And look at them now. Less than 5% smoking rate. Becca Nichols, hello and welcome. Vaping Bic, hello and welcome. We were just talking about you earlier, about the propaganda you now have to deal with. Over the last 50 years, the concept of tobacco harm reduction has been well established. Then why is it a marketing term right now? Why is it industry marketing term? Dr. Robert Califf, Dr. Death, could you please read this scientific paper? It seems you don't know your ass from a hole in the ground.
He is a fucking hole in the ground.
So let's compare other nicotine use, because maybe, it's not enough. We need more science. We always need more science. Okay, no problem. What does the FDA say about longer use of nicotine? That's the question. Dr. Califf seemed to ignore this. He just stuck to his message. FDA, longer use of nicotine gum is okay with us. As long as the date is 2013 and not 2024. Now it's the scourge on society.
Jesus.
Well, that's because back then they were trying to get nicotine gum over the counter. And then they wanted to get nicotine spray over the counter. And, they wanted the patches. It was the first thing that they moved over the counter. They wanted to get all these nicotine big pharma products over the counter. So the press said it was the greatest thing since sliced bread for the cigarette smoker. Where's this kind of information in the media now? The Food and Drug Administration says smokers who are trying to quit can safely use over-the-counter nicotine gum, patches, and lozenges for longer than previously recommended in a move to help millions of Americans kick the habit. Why is this so different? It's not because of what Dr. Death said. The residue is, it would scare you. There's a video on YouTube. It got millions of views where they took and they made these fake lungs, which is nothing but sponge inside of a container, right? And they had cigarettes that they hooked up to it and they breathed in the cigarette smoke and it turned all of the foam black and dark brown because of the tar and all the other crap in there. And did the same thing with a vape. And they stuck it in there and they made that fake lung breathe all that stuff in. And they actually, put it on the news. It was nice and clean. Yeah, there was some VG on there. But you know what? The nice thing about that is it's all water soluble. It dissolves with water. So a moist environment, like your airways and your lungs that are always moist, well, that stuff dissolves and becomes metabolized by your body. But we don't know what we're talking about. We're just consumer advocates. We're not scientists. We don't have PhDs.
No.
We're just trying to reconcile what we see in the news and what we hear in all the scare stories. So we do our own research. We look at our own science. Determination of nicotine absorption from multiple tobacco products and nicotine gum. What does it find out? The patches, gums, and sprays don't freaking work. And they don't come anywhere near the amount of nicotine that you get in your bloodstream when you light a cigarette on fire and take one puff. What comes close to that? A vape. Because it's absorbed in your lungs. So it's a quicker uptake. But guess what? It's still not as high as it is with a cigarette. Anyway, I'm not going to beat the horse because I know that I'm talking to the choir today. Motivating and helping smokers to stop smoking. December 2018. No, December 18th, 2023. 2003. I can't even talk straight. And I know everybody out there is like,
6.5 hours later.
Motivating and helping smokers to stop smoking. Smokers try to quit only once every 2 or 3 years, and most do not use proven treatments. So why are you trying to make this in Australia a proven treatment? Because you want to keep people smoking cigarettes? You want people dying? Huh? What's the deal? The epidemiology of cigarette smoking, misinterpretations, misperceptions about smoking cessation. What's the science say?
Oh, I'm hanging on my heat because they're warning me like
ratio. They're spinning you
I'm
around.
hanging on my head. I'm hanging on my head.
They love spinning you around. How come this scientific study hasn't been redone with vaping included? Because it's going to make big pharma and big tobacco look like shite? Huh?
Definitely.
What did the Health and Human Services say in the United States? What did they say back in the day? Let's make the next generation tobacco free.
Yeah.
Cool. So what you're telling me is they were nothing but a bunch of pedophiles back then too.
Definitely. Bunch of
The Surgeon General's nothing but a pedophile. Only worried about the kids. Forget the people that are still smoking. They're right off. They're done. They're dead.
You're a bunch of fucking pedos.
Yes. Look at their propaganda material. Does that look like an adult smoker to you?
Gee. Oh, shit, no.
No.
Holy moly.
Since 1964, more than 20 million Americans have died because of smoking. Of the 20 million who died, 2.5 million were non-smokers who died because of secondhand smoke. How about what's the current number today? Can you do some math and tell me what the current number today is? Globally, we know 8 million people die every single year because of cigarette smoking, because you haven't adopted vaping as harm reduction, because you think it's a marketing term, an industry term. How about people her age? How do we get her to stop smoking? How do we get grandma to stop smoking?
They're the die-hard smokers. They're the die-hard smokers, aren't they?
Well, guess what? That's what Granny needs. She doesn't want to think about it. She wants to pick it up. We all know the disease and the death and the illnesses and injuries caused by cigarette smoking. And we know that vaping cannot exceed 5% the harm of cigarette smoking. So in other words, what you're telling me when I do the math myself is it will not be realized within the course of a normal person's lifetime. It's what you call harm reduction. It's not an industry marketing term. It's real. It's being adopted for all kinds of other drugs. Why is nicotine being excluded out of that picture? Harm reduction is a set of principles and practices and practical strategies and ideas aimed at reducing negative consequences associated with drug use of any kind. Harm reduction is also a movement of social justice built on the belief in and respect for the rights of people who choose to use drugs of any kind. Should be no different.
The rights of people. The rights of people. There's a nail on the head, isn't it?
Yes. And that's why when they ban flavors and when they ban vaping, they are taking away our inalienable rights to choose what we want to put in our bodies.
Yep.
Link to all of this is going to be in the description below. Actually, it already is. And there's science to back it up. And guess what? They knew this back in 2014. But the people with the blinders on don't want to pay attention. Harm reduction therapy, a practice-friendly review
Anti-vaping
of research.
propaganda is brain poison. Yeah, it really is.
Sure is. And the facts are out there, and they've been out there for a long time, and they just keep ignoring it. And it's our job as THR advocates to go out there and remind them of it. And here, this isn't something new. You need some links to sources from back in the day. When you're talking about harm reduction, I don't care how far back you have to go. These products should be available everywhere. Period.
I'll show you mine, yeah?
Yeah. Show me
I need brief.
Good news, everyone!
It's basically stuff I've just found in the past week, actually. I think the latest post is, what was it, last week? But what is happening now? Oh, shit, wrong one. Oh, for God's sake.
You got the right one. You just need to bring the browser forward.
Give us a minute.
Sure.
That one. I'll minimize that if I can. Right, there you go. I forgot I've switched my screen. Can you see that now, yeah? Kind of shit.
You need to
Hang on a minute.
Put it in front of OBS.
Hang on a minute. 2 shakes. Give me a moment, sir. Give me a moment. What I'll do is I'll just drag it over here. And I'll put my original one back on. I'll put that on there. I'll bring him back up here.
6.5 hours later.
Fuck off! Can you see it now?
Yes, sir.
No, you can't. Yes, you can. Right. This is the thing that's going around now in the UK or wherever. They're now putting spice in the vapes, which is basically spice is a synthetic cannabinoid, which is just like it's like a friggin' artificial cannabis, I believe. You know,
it is.
It says 1 in 5 people became seriously ill after vaping from a vApril branded pen containing blue liquid in a silver and black cartridge. In a separate instance, people became ill after using vape labeled lemonade vape. This is the actual vape device, the vaped. It was a vapor and it was flavored lemonade vape cookies. And they said it probably been sold as a THC. And basically, it's containing spice, which can cause serious side effects like breathing problems, heart attacks and seizures, other symptoms including feeling dizzy, vomiting, heart racing, sweat and anxiety. So it's like another negative ninny story on vaping. And then moving on to this is a video I'll not play at all, but You know how we got the ban in Australia. They started cigarettes, then they went to vaping. Now they are vaping. They are now taking this shit.
Nicotine and flavoring.
Now this is an epidemic.
Between your lip and gum, and the nicotine
They're now
is absorbed
using
directly into the bloodstream.
tea bags, the old mouth, the pouches.
The pouches.
And on this video, yeah, they're now even at the pouches.
Chewing tobacco was banned.
That is what they are now
in
using.
1991.
I'm afraid, folks. Hang on, if I got
Nicotine
the
is a
sound on this.
product here, meaning
Uh-huh.
pouches can't be
Sorry.
sold without a script.
Yep.
Much like the
Prescription
crackdown on
only,
vapes,
now they're going to
which are now
pouches.
banned,
So they've gone from
imported,
vapes to
and
pouches.
illegal to sell. Pouches
Can you ever
fall in
believe
the
that?
same category.
That is ridiculous.
And that is what they're doing now. They are now on pouches in Australia.
Checked out a number of
And
tobacco
they've interviewed a lot of people.
along with still selling
Who
vapes.
have
It's
got
called
them.
Mission Scope.
Pouches.
All these tobacco control people, the whole purpose for their existence was to
Building your
eliminate
online business?
the health and harms caused by cigarette smoking.
Go to Wix.com.
Then
and set up your.
they were like, oh, well, now we just eliminate smoking. And then they moved on to vaping. And now they've expanded their scope even further to just completely eliminate nicotine from society.
So we get it online, but we brought it into stores.
Now, like I say, now the sooner
Now
you
they're
get
telling
such a
us
hit off them as well,
pouches
because they're not
are
just
a healthy
putting like one in their mouth or something. There was one person interviewed. I mean, I didn't want to
Two of the
run
largest
the whole
tobacco
video, but they were
companies,
saying
Philip Morris
one
and
person actually put
American
8 of them
Tobacco,
in their
have
mouth at one
created their
time
own
to get that
brand.
rush.
British American
What
Tobacco,
the hell?
using their
know what I
pouch
mean?
brand Velo to sponsor
yeah, that's
the
what it
current
was.
Formula One
Pretty
team.
much, I'll just
They
get
might
rid of that now.
and
because,
it's shown to you.
it's all adverts.
On the
But
way.
this is the Australian health
The
minister, will you call
the
her?
last couple of months, there's been real
Can you hear that?
doing
Like, I
reports
can't
of
hear it.
schools,
Yes, I can hear it.
parents, from other
You need to
people
turn on
that have
your
seen
source
young
for
people,
your earphone.
utilising these pouches.
Yeah.
Dr. Jody
B-
Morgan was a chemical toxicologist from the University of California.
A whatever.
He's
Your
about to
headphones are
launch a study
A2,
into the pouches to
A3,
find out
whatever.
exactly
But
what's
that's
inside.
that's now the new
how
craze.
toxic they are.
You know, the banned vaping.
So
So
you
when
can
okay,
watch
we're not going to go to the
these
doctors. We're going to get these. And then you're just getting them off the face as well because they're abusing them.
And I recognize her. That's the same study, the same scientist that was bashing vaping. The aerosol compounds that are in there must be one of Emily Banks'
Many
disciples.
milligrams of nicotine would there be in an average cigarette?
Gotta be.
So there's approximately
That's
12
what they're looking at
grams
now. That's what everybody's on now.
but you only absorb.
So there you go. You can't stop anything, can you? The fines, they just move on to something
As the
else. It
market
just
is
goes to show, doesn't it?
unregulated in Australia,
They move on to
pouches
something
Well,
else.
yeah, if you watch Nicotol, you saw him talking about how they have this new. It's not synthetic
What type of
nicotine;
health
it's a derivative of
concerns can
nicotine. It's
there be
actually a
with
vitamin
taking nicotine as well?
that has
Long-term use of
been
these can cause some
known to
problems,
have the
particularly
same
some
effect on the
ulceration of
nicotine
gum,
receptors in
you
your
get some
body.
open sores that don't heal.
And now
It
that's
can
being
cause quite
sold,
significant
Nixamide or
burning
whatever.
sensation when you first
We had
try
that
to use
conversation a
these
while
as well.
back.
that's what Matisse and his friends found.
There you go.
Currently
You know,
on a
test me
year
there.
exchange program,
Showing,
for nicotine
that they are
pouches
now
are
moving
new
on
to
to
Australia.
something totally
They've been
different.
using them for the past 2 years in the US.
Among my peers,
What on
it's
earth?
pretty
You know what I mean?
What
What on earth?
at night, especially in Sydney, you know, you pull them
Hey,
out,
where
and
am I
one
now?
has different types.
Users
Just
refer
gotta
to them
readjust
as
myself now.
sick, head rush,
There I am.
the high
There we are.
toxicity.
We're back.
Does it hurt your gums?
I forgot about
What's
that.
crazy is
Touch your head a little bit more. How often would you be using a pouch each day?
A few times a day, I would say.
you hit pause on your video.
All three started using
Yeah, I've
pouches
just
to stop vaping.
knocked it off there, buddy.
They now
It's,
realise they're equally addicted.
done and dusted. Just trying to drag it all back away down. That's it, buddy.
Tobacco
It's still playing.
manufacturer Philip Morris, the makers of
Hang on,
Zins, is now facing a lawsuit in the
There we go. I was just trying to shut it down. I was shutting it down, friend. Yeah, but just going to show you, know, they've stopped one thing, so they go, all right, and fuck you, we'll move on to something else. And they've done it. Bloody William Dawson was 6 hours later. Swine. Sorry, mate. It's because I'm not quite tech savvy as as Alex says, yet, but I'm getting there. Let's see what's happening. There we go.
It didn't work for
Oh,
William
no.
Dobson earlier, so I had to fix it.
All right.
Hot diggity, man.
6.5 hours later.
Good news, everyone!
Good news, everyone. We're done with the news. We're done with the rage sweat. It is time for us to move on to some adult beverages. Are you ready for a flavor explosion? It's time for some adult beverages that nobody's going to ban you from. Because it's wonderful.
Yet. Let's go.
Move your mind and get ready for the drop.
Up for your entertainment today. Check this one out. Sunny D Vodka Seltzer. 95 calories. Sunny D Vodka Seltzer. Contains alcohol.
Fucking hell, I'll get these apart.
Contains alcohol. Gluten-free. Made with real juice. Unlike the Sunny D that your kids drink. It's nothing but artificial sweeteners and artificial colors. Here, this one is canned by American Beverage Corporation in Cold Spring, Minnesota. And it's 4.5% alcohol by volume. And just because I know I'm not going to really like that, I got you some Beatbox. 11.1% alcohol by volume and a delicious blue raspberry flavor.
Whoa, yeah, I've been a bit adventurous today, haven't you?
Sure do.
Well, I'm Mr. Boring again, I'm afraid. Last week.
Oh, the kids love it. The kids love it.
You don't need to fucking cheat, you bastards. I've got some 16, but I've got new labels on it. Look, I've got snazzy new labels on 1664. French beer. These are 1 pint cans, 4.6% volume, 1 pint cans. Happy days, but
What's wrong, mate?
Really? But there you go. It's a new snazzy can in the French 1664. Because I'm playing safe this week. They're loving this. You've opened the right kind of worms here, like.
Who, me? I didn't open a can of worms.
But yeah, last week when I had that case cider, I went to work with a hangover from hell, mate.
It really does smell like orange juice.
I used to love Sunny D.
It's not half bad.
Oh, well then. To your health, sir.
Cheers to our health.
Even though we're
I thought it was
consuming
going to be a
alcoholic
seltzer like
beverages,
my
but-
wife's other seltzer beverages. I'm putting this back in the fridge. Let it stay cold. It reeks of artificial sweetener, but it actually does have an orange taste, an orange smell to it. It's pretty cool.
I used to love Sunny D. I used to drink it. We used to get it in liter plastic bottles, and I used to just drink it for fun. You spin me right round, baby, right
baby,
round,
right
like a
round,
record,
like a
baby,
record,
right
baby.
round.
Heck yeah!
I know it's a bit early in the day. But I was watching a documentary. It's a bit off topic, but I was watching a documentary about an English rock band like Status Quo. You've probably heard of Status Quo, you know, rocking all over the world, all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
I was watching a documentary about when they were. I was watching like a documentary about when they were on tour and that, and they went, you know, fly on the wall type of thing. And that Rick Parfitt, that God rest his soul, because he's dead now. A joke he come up with, I thought was brilliant, and I can't contain the joke. I think it's brilliant. What he said. What he actually come up with, he said every night. This is every night he puts nets up outside his balcony to catch bats. And he says in the morning, when he's caught the bats, he catches them and he puts them in the fridge. Now I know you may think that sounds very cruel, but he's actually a bachelor. A bachelor. He's a bachelor.
What?
He's a bachelor. Bats, fridge, bachelor. Oh.
Sorry, bud.
That tickled my boat. That I'm sorry, but I thought you daft git. Everybody thought, oh, animal rights. No, I'm a bachelor. Bachelor. Never mind. You'll never. Yeah. Yada, yada. I think he told it better than what I did. Very droll. Very, very droll.
Why are people using them? Well, the most common reason cited in surveys among adults is that they're a safer alternative to cigarettes.
You know how I made the boo random? Well, Stanton's random now, too. You can call on Stanton anytime you need some, truthful information about vaping. Stanton Glantz will provide you on this stream with only truthful information about vaping.
Whoa. What the fuck?
What's wrong?
I've just found a new special effects page on this fucking Unify. Whoa. Reverb and robots and fucking gone, ooh. Nah. Hang on a minute.
Does that work? Does my voice now sound different?
Oh my goodness, that sounds really deep.
Is that my voice now? Like this.
What about...
You sound like a robot.
Do I go to that one? Hello, I go to that one. Or do I go to that one? I'm a different one now. I'm 3 robots.
You're a Cylon.
What's this one? Oh, I've got a pitch shift now.
So if I go up there and took it to
12 or...
blah, 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 blah. What's this? I don't know, a megaphone shouting at you down a megaphone. Please stand by. Vaping is safer than smoking. What's this one? Ah, this one's Echo.
News just in. According to Hunky Vape, Kenny is not a child. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
So cool.
I've been holding on to that one for quite some time.
You have, haven't you? You have, like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. This, like, I've just fun all then. Really, very nice. Can't get them off now, but never mind.
And we'll change that so it's available for everyone, not just mods. We're here to have fun on the Hunky Vape Mixing and Chilling vlog, so everybody gets to participate. The joys of only having 100 views on our weekly stream. Everybody gets to play.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah.
Do you like it?
I do.
Hot diggity, mate. All right, let's go see. Did anybody drop any hand checks? Nobody's dropping any hand checks. You can drop them on Twitter, too. Robert dropped me a hand check. That's not a hand check. It's his way that he's willing to go camping. It's a camper van that meets the requirements where he would enjoy camping. So we're going to check that out. But before I do that, I need William Dobson's hand check downloaded into the hand check folder. Hot diggity. She's downloaded. So we're going to go take a look at those two things. What are you vaping on? We always forget ourselves, mate, when we do hand checks. My classic that I always fall back on is the Original Arbiter. And inside of there, good old Water Malone.
Oh, very nice.
This is like the third 60 ml bottle. Other one's empty. I gotta make another one. I just really like it. My other bed in my bedroom is the 11 Pro from Smoant. I'll be dropping a review on that later this week. And obviously I've got this pod juice. I'm still working my way through it from Ox Bar. Delicious. And I cleaned up a whole bunch of stuff. Oh my.
That's the wrong one for that. Oh, look at this, Mr. Housekeeper.
I cleaned all that stuff right before the stream, so it's going to take a little while. I'm not even talking to the right microphone since there's one over here for this. But that's what you see. The cap is here because I need to make a new banana marshmallow custard tart. I don't know where the bottle of it. It was here a minute ago. Anyway. Switch back to this camera. But that's my hand check. What's your hand check?
I've got my usual, me heavy hitter with the Valhalla Mini on. Always on my table, this one. And in this, I have some Millionaire Shortcake by Messy Juice, which is very nice.
Yummy.
I also have the Drop Dead 2 on the who makes this again? That's it, on the Geek Vape Map Pro. I've got this fellow on here. I'm still loving this Drop 2 RDA. I'm gone like that with this. Look. So I've got this guy. And then this I've got, what have I got in this? Yep, I know what I've got in that. I've got some Sherbet Cherry in that one by Ultimate Puff. And I've also got, this is what I've been using for work. I've got the, what's this mod again? This is the Watofo Mjuro mod with the, can you see what that is? I've got the good old Falcon King back on there, so I found some more coils. So I've been using this for, I've been using this for out and about. love these coils. Honestly, they're fantastic. The old Falcon stuff. Absolutely love it. So yeah, that's what I'm pretty much on at the moment. Horizon Tech, man, that's the name. Couldn't remember it. But yeah, I'm on these now, and they're very nice.
I keep forgetting to mention that I have plowed my way through this Clementine Citrus Mango. There's hardly any left in there, and that's just going to get reserved for the review video about that, and the review video about the pod, because that's what I have in it right now. I've gone through
that Falcon.
For 3 weeks now. I've been using that Smoant one, and with that e-liquid, so I'm going to keep it for that. With this lovely Southern Peach Double Delight, it's almost gone. I got one, maybe two more tank fills, 3 tank fills left of that one. They have been truly delicious e-liquids.
Southern Peach Delight. Oh, that sounds nice.
Yeah. It is one of the few peaches I've had that's actually been on the sweet side, but it's a real fruit peach flavor. So it's not overly sweetened, and it doesn't give me that really scratchy throat hit. A lot of the peach juices I've tried in the past have just been too throaty to enjoy.
Some of them are a bit harsh, aren't they? Yeah. But it just goes to show, though, I mean, primarily, you're a DIY, but it just goes to show some of these commercial juices have come a long way as well. They're getting better and better, aren't they?
They are fantastic.
Yeah.
What are you doing over there?
You pay through the nose for some of them and all.
Alrighty, so I think we're going to start with William Dobson's lovely
Ooh, what's
check.
William got this week? What's he got this week?
I need to redo my Stream Deck. I did it when Bick was here. I have one made out, with all the group scenes. I need to redo my regular one. I don't have to scroll through and find all this. Or I can just create a voice command. That would work just as well. All right, hand checks. There's our hand check. William
SQ
Dobson's
Mini.
lovely device.
I want one of them, an SQ Mini. I love them. I've been looking for them for a while, the SQ Minis. It's starting to get pretty hard to get now.
A lot of this vaping stuff is getting hard to get, depending on where you live.
Yeah.
Lovely.
I really do like them.
There you
Holy moly, that's I'll have that.
Robert says, okay, fine, I'll go camping.
I would just live in that. I wouldn't even, you wouldn't need a house. You'd just go and live in it, wouldn't you? I would just live in it. That would be my house.
Probably cost $2.5 million.
As long as I can hook up to some internet every Tuesday, do a stream, wherever I am on the planet, that'll do me.
It's got built-in 5G. You always have internet. And it's got satellite internet as a backup.
I could go live off the balcony. Sit there on the balcony. Hey! Here we are in California on the beach.
You can mount all the cameras all around the railing around there.
Oh, it'd be awesome. That's amazing, that. I would buy that. If I won the lottery, I would buy that. Just for the hell of it, I would buy it. Just to look at it.
All right, well, due to lack of participation, that ends the hand check segment for the week. So I think it's time to roll the bumper for the dad jokes.
No more despair. I have paid more than I owe. Now what you see is what I give you.
If a vapor's been robbed, which detectives are assigned to the case? Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Hey man, what do you call advice from a vapor? Drip tips.
Hey, is that a mechanical mod in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?
Hey, don't throw your mod at people, or else it's battery.
Hey, why did the vapor cross the road? To chase them clouds.
And they told me vaping was cheaper than smoking.
Nope. I don't care. What are you talking about?
Did you hear about the guy who doesn't pay more than 1 cent per mil for juice?
Shut that baby up!
Yeah, we get it. You DIY or die. Gotcha.
What are you waiting for? Let's do this.
It's go time!
It's go time! And when you show people a movie that you love and they don't pay attention or react to any of the important scenes, it just makes you feel like, oh, come on, really?
Been there, done that.
You don't like it? Heaven and Hope, hello and welcome.
movie,
Pam
yeah.
Spraggins, hello and welcome. And Andrew Kaiser, hello and welcome.
Welcome,
Add you
what
to
a
the
doll.
Look
Welcome,
at my
welcome, one
adventure.
and all.
Look at all these wonderful messages from all the wonderful people that come into our stream.
Wow.
Hot diggity.
Totally appreciate it, boys and girls. Totally appreciate it.
When I'm quiet, those that don't know me look at me and think I'm shy. People who know me think, oh my God, she's thinking. Everybody run for your life.
That's so true.
And
Hell
I
yeah.
think I need a new seal on the axle.
Oh, fucking hell.
That is not a fun job, changing that frickin' seal.
No. I think a lot of people just replace the axle. It's easier.
Somebody put $1 on my G-string. I felt violated.
You said my joke was bad? Jesus.
Talk about resourceful rednecks. Level 99 of resourceful rednecks. Use a Folgers can to fix a busted taillight.
Like it? Hey, I'm all for bringing engineering.
Hey man, why do people with a foot fetish like losing? Because they like defeat. Hey man, when did you realize that Oscar the Grouch was actually a giant piece of weed?
Yeah, let's just roll them up and light them up, eh?
80 stations in 2020s are like 40 stations in the 80s. I'm sorry, I just made you feel old. I know.
Very. Very.
Listen, all about reality. The 80s, the decade where we would beat it, whip it, push it, and roll with it.
So true. Holy moly. Damn.
And you remember every single one of those songs, don't you?
Yep, I'm still going through my head now.
Push it. Whip it good.
Whip it real
Just
good.
beat it. Let's roll with it.
Gotta roll with.
When you're replaying that amazing childhood video game that gave you a sense of awe and wonder, but now you're bored the entire time because it pales in comparison to what's available nowadays.
It sucks. I don't know. Like some of the classic games are still making comeback now. Some of the good old,
Tetris.
Some of the good old Nintendos, Sonic the Hedgehog and all that stuff. They're making a bit of a comeback.
Vegan. My pet is vegan too, and she's fine, except for the cigarette in her mouth. Let's see her pet.
Damn.
This started with "Hold My Beer."
Wow. You would be so tempted, like, wouldn't you? Tell you what, it's kudos. You got it there.
Nope, can't go to hell, Satan. Still has that restraining order against me, so sorry.
Restraining order.
If a woman says, do what you want, do not do what you want. Stand still, don't blink, don't answer, don't even breathe. Just play dead.
Yep. Do not go there.
Redneck word of the day is twerk. After I finish eating, I gotta get back to work.
Fucking hell.
Get out of my dreams.
My dream. Get
into my car.
V-dub.
Kids today look ridiculous in those skinny jeans. When I was your age, men dressed like men.
Oh, they were messing
Did
with
really?
that. Nope.
Legend said that the blue part could erase ink.
Did? I had an ink rubber.
Did you guys ever have luck with the blue part erasing ink, or did it just erase the paper by ripping it?
It just took the layer of paper off. It didn't do the ink. Just. I just took a sanding block to it.
When Salt and Pepper did Push It, I thought they were singing bullshit.
Salt and Pepper.
Hey man, when handheld gaming was actually really hard.
Oh God, Jesus Christ.
Wasn't that a bitch trying to get them all on those little pegs? Knocking them all off again?
What a game.
How about, do you remember this feeling when you went and rented a movie and the previous customer didn't rewind it and the store didn't rewind it and you had to sit there and wait 5 minutes for your rewinder that you paid buku bucks for to rewind it so that the machine didn't have to rewind it?
Yep.
Here comes the A-team again. I have a problem and no one else can help. So I found them. And they're going to fix it. Vaping's going to be available everywhere.
Yeah, we should get the A-team on the
Breaking
job.
news, Tesla announces a new cyber bus.
Holy fuck. Jesus.
Not copyright infringement.
Okay.
The 80s called and wants their suits back. That's a good one.
That's a good, nice one.
I was
Good luck
always
with that.
envious of the fact that people could go out wearing t-shirts and a suit coat.
Yeah.
Then again, I'm too much of a redneck and my pants never stayed white for more than a day. Matter of fact, I was lucky to get a
It's
day
still
out
a
of
thing. It's still an actual thing. You see a lot of guys wearing t-shirts and jeans with a suit jacket on.
Yeah. Abraham Lincoln with his favorite Stratocaster, photo taken by Keith Richards. Believe that, I'll sell you a bridge. I'll say vaping for you. Just give me some money. I'll say vaping.
Keith Richards is old enough to take the photo. That's the thing. Christ almighty.
The typical
Can it be
look
called
at my
the-
ass pose and female superhero posters. And here's Wonder Woman carrying a tank.
How things have changed.
Sure has. This website, it uses biscuits. Press to accept. Not using cookies. You use biscuits.
Biscuits.
80s song challenge. Replace girl with squirrel. Pick an 80s song and replace girl with squirrel. Uptown squirrel. She's been living in her uptown world.
God almighty.
Okay, so maybe we're not that interactive yet. We'll get there one day. We'll do karaoke on here.
Holy moly.
Come on,
I'd
what's
never
going
have
on?
thought of that one. Like, I would never have thought of that one in a million years, to be honest with you.
I know we're not out of dad jokes. What's the deal? Windows is not playing nice. There's 2 commands that are stuck writing to the file. Don't know why. It's not a problem with my programming, and it's not a problem with OBS. It's legit Windows blocking a file write. Okay, come on now. Where's the rest of these jokes?
The powers that be. Da da da. No weird one. There you go.
File system error. Minus 21472199194. Go look that up. I just wanted to.
Nope.
It's okay to talk to yourself. It's even okay to answer yourself. But when you ask yourself to repeat what you just said, you definitely have a problem.
Definitely, yeah.
My alone time is sometimes for your safety, so please don't forget that. Only in the UK is it acceptable to put icing on a hot dog bun and have the nerve to call it a cake.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. A British thing.
Looks like somebody ordered a brontosaurus rib.
I get that one. I get that one. The Flintstones.
I'm so British, I shit crumpets.
Tally ho, rather.
British people be like, bat bloke. What's a bat bloke? Not Batman. Bat bloke.
Bat bloke? Huh? He's a bloke? No, man. He's a bloke. Oh, hell.
Meanwhile, in America.
Oh, hell.
Well, now.
Oh,
that
only
is
in
an
America.
Interesting
That's all I'm
all-terrain
saying.
vehicle. For self-defense purposes
No.
only. Vape on you shall. Keep calm you will.
Wise words.
Hey man, it's for your own good. You've got to stop touching your face.
If only, yeah?
If only.
Stop.
Welcome to the British Museum. Don't ask where we got all this stuff at. You don't really want to know.
We stole most of it.
Why don't you take me for a walk? You know you could really use the exercise. Does your dog give you that look too?
Nasty. Oh, God, I.
My
All
Lucy,
the time.
she's like, why you calling me fat? You're the one that needs to take me for a walk.
Yeah.
And that feeling when you find your new favorite e-juice. Vape time!
Yeah. That's a bit like you. That's a bit like you when you mixed a juice that you know is nice. You know that one when he just sits back in the chair? That's you. The vapey time. Mm-hmm.
How appropriate, you know? They banned vaping. Modern technology. So here's your modern version of, you know, Star Trek. Cops. They could just come after us. We don't give a shit.
That's actually a photo of your office.
Oh my goodness.
Pretty much. Same to you.
The ball, Karen. I'm tired of your games. Throw the frickin' ball, please.
Get it? Your mate now is going to bite your ass off.
Airbud? I haven't heard that name in years. When it's picture day and the photographer tells you to give a natural smile.
That dog looks well pissed off, doesn't it? Hey, don't you? It's just sitting there like, don't you fucking dare.
And how many of us have had this moment? Did you unplug my batteries to charge your phone?
I've actually had my
If my
daughter
calculations
pinch
are
that
correct,
fucking charge cable.
when this coil hits 0.088 ohms, you're going to see some serious shit.
Hell yes.
Hey, man, who remembers swinging so high that the poles lifted off the ground? We thought we were going to flip it over. Never really did, though.
We used to do some stuff. It's the laws of physics.
Mm-hmm. Who knows this guy? Good old Chuck E. Cheese.
That's Chuck E. Cheese, aye.
When you were sitting there eating your pizza, you never once bothered looking directly into Chucky's eyes. You were afraid of what you were going to find.
Hell yeah. Hallelujah.
And the weekly sale of the week award goes to Vintage Ice Cream Scooper. Very good condition. Was cleaning out the garage and found this antique ice cream scooper. Still needs to be cleaned.
Oh, no. That's wrong. That is wrong. In all departments,
And the expression
that was
on
wrong.
your face when you send a message to a friend who's online, but right after you send it, they go offline.
They go off. Yeah, I'm dead.
Why do you ignore me? I'm gonna send my cat after you.
motherfucker.
Okay. You want religion in schools? That means all religions, right? Freedom of religion.
Imagine.
You want to be able to teach religion in school? There you go.
Imagine. Ooh.
Be careful what
Shit
you
would
wish
certainly
for.
hit the fan. Exactly.
Italians, when they see miles per hour instead of marijuana per gabagool.
Mamma mia.
I'm not buying any more beef jerky. I'll tell you that right now.
Holy fuck.
Immediate cremation, $745. Traditional funeral, $3,000, including the casket. Pre-planning available. Pet cremations, beef jerky, $10.
No, I ain't eating none of that shit from there anyway.
I knew these prices seemed a little low. I think I know why now.
Need more stock.
Hey man, blood is thicker than water, right? But cheese dip is thicker than blood. So technically, queso is more important than family.
Hell yeah. Definitely. Hell yeah.
50 Shades of Grey is only romantic because the guy's a billionaire. If he was living in a trailer, he would be an episode of Criminal Minds.
That is so fucking true, isn't it? He'd be fucking some kind of abuser or something, wouldn't he? If he was just a normal guy. You're an abuser. You know what I mean? Bullshit.
There you go. LC Data's Metal Hearts Club Band.
Wow.
It's been a long ass
what the
day,
hell?
folks.
Holy moly, get to full.
That's
Is
not
that actually possible?
photoshopped. His ass crack
I'm
really
not
goes
even
up
gonna
halfway
see
his
it.
back.
Gee. Something
Remember
so
Demolition
it.
Man
I was figuring
where
that.
it's the funeral and everyone's a bunch of fat androgynous moo wearing sissies and everything is illegal. Yeah, not so funny now.
Hell no.
What the fuck happened to Barney? Speaking of history lessons, dude. I never knew Barney was actually a dog.
Just go to show kids, stay off the drugs.
Oh. He had a meth problem and went to rehab before coming back in the public's eye again. Gotcha. There are two types of people in the world.
Yes.
Which one do you follow?
I hear that. Not on the right. Guarantee that. Pet hate. Pet hate. There's no need. There's no need.
This is what girls think guys want. What guys really want. Look, I'm home. I'm hiding in the house with a Nerf gun. Here's the other one. The loser cooks dinner tonight. May the odds be in your favor.
I'm going to marry that woman. Marry that woman. Marry that woman. Brilliant. Marry that woman.
Why do you think we married people that are like at a drinking age younger than us?
Yes.
Girls our age don't get it.
Brilliant.
They think this is what we really want.
Nope. Hell no. Oh. Oh.
It's not what you think it is. The mushroom.
I don't even want to go there. I don't even want to
Angle
go
matters in all cases.
there. Oh, definitely a mushroom.
Magnetic pen holder.
Holder.
Right. It was magma before it was cool.
Oh. Hey
man, I accidentally used the dog shampoo today, and I'm feeling like such a good girl. Can I have a bone? Can I have a bone? You got a bone for me?
I want a
please?
treat.
Want
Give
a
me
treat? A bone? Didn't even spark their intention. Wow. Mama's gone, and
Oh,
they're
mine,
like,
if you said that, nah, you said that, the mine would be barking at you and everything now.
all three of them are out cold.
Alrighty.
Man, those old cell phones were indestructible.
Good old Nokia there.
However, I wouldn't recommend using them as brake pads.
No, you're not stuck like that.
I don't burn bridges. I just fail to maintain them, and they structurally degrade over time.
Just had a good example of that in the US.
Hey, here's an astonishing fact for you. Sharks don't know that beans on toast exist.
What? Obviously.
Sharks don't know you can eat beans on toast.
Okay.
I'm a mature adult. I'm a mature adult. I'm a mature adult. Hubble just spotted something massive coming out of Uranus.
What the hell?
Don't know what it is. It's definitely there. A bunch of old fuddy-duddies, aren't we?
That's that bad bloke.
When you come from the era of the Beatles, Pink Floyd, James Brown, and Led Zeppelin, it's hard to get excited about Ed Sheeran, Kanye, and Justin Bieber.
True. It is kind of like that.
Make it so. Fine Chinese dining. Make it so. General So.
Make it so.
Okay, 10 minutes. General So, 10 minutes. Everything's done in 10 minutes. 63 Earths can fit inside your anus. One day I'll be mature enough to read this without laughing.
That's one big anus.
You've heard of Elf on the Shelf. We give you sperm with a perm. You know, back in the 80s, my math teacher used to say, "You're not always going to have a calculator with you. You better learn this." That's why my daughter ignored me when I told her the whole time, you need to memorize your times tables. It makes understanding everything else so much easier. I got a calculator on my phone. Nope. I don't need it.
Yeah.
Then what did she struggle with? Trying to learn anything that was beyond 2 + 2.
Yeah. I've got a computer in my pocket now.
Hey, man, when Mom brushed your hair with these, she also brushed your ears, forehead, neck, brain, and the snot right out of your nose.
I remember that.
I mean, you could use them to clean the bumper of rust. The bristles were that hard.
What I used to hate, remember when your nan used to do this, get a tissue and go, and then wipe your shit off your face after just... You just spat on that and you wipe it all over. Yeah.
Let me clean that off of you.
You just spat on that and wiped it in my face, you cunt.
Here we go, folks. Instagram Reels after the TikTok ban.
Could that be right?
Sorry, officer. I needed to speed because Grandma needs her vape.
Hell yeah.
I don't want her smoking again. Me learning what's happening in the world through memes because I don't watch news anymore. Freddie, after entering my dreams and seeing stuff he wasn't mentally equipped to deal with.
Fucking hell, actually a real person. Wow. Oh.
When the customer's randomly having a rant you can do nothing about, and you just stand there listening like...
That's exactly what I do at work on a daily basis. This was up. There you go. Have a nice day.
I'm sorry not all of your packages arrived today like Amazon told you they were going to. I brought you what they gave me to give you.
Yeah. Have a nice day.
When the cashier asks you if you'd like to make a donation to the poor, be honest with them. You know, I'm something of a poor person myself. Have you seen the price of gas lately? Have you seen the price of a dozen eggs, a loaf of bread, a gallon of milk?
Hell yeah.
And since I know how much you love food.
Berry Berry, the queen of cakes.
Mmm. What do you mean you don't like 80s music? And this is the feeling when you see a brand new vape shop open in your neighborhood. The hills are alive with the sound of
music. Hell yeah.
I don't always bark at night, but when I do, it's for no good reason.
True. Little bar.
E-liquids should be shaken, not stirred.
Mr. Bond.
Mallory's got it right. The hills are alive with the clouds of vaping.
Yep. Yep, there's a musician in everybody, isn't there?
You know you have a vaping problem when you wonder how many ohms your curly fries are running at.
Fuck off. I wouldn't go that far.
And boom!
Oh,
one day you're young, and the next day you're sitting on the edge of the bed like this. Man, you really let yourself go. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Contestant successfully makes an incredibly complex French dessert pâtissier for the first time. Oh, it's a bit bland.
Paul, can't believe his name, Paul Smith.
Hollywood.
But he's a bread man. Yeah, but he's a bread man.
Hollywood.
He makes bread.
And for those of you, here's a comparison of the US versus the UK language and some important differences you need to be aware of. In the United States, we call them fries. In UK, they're chips. In the United States, it's an airplane. In the UK, it's an aeroplane. Here in the US, we have subways. In the UK, it's an underground. And here in the US, we have medical bills. UK doesn't have any of them.
Nope.
Oh. Thank you, Ring Camera, for waking me up at 3:30 in the morning about the moth. It's not a package I received.
Bastards, them.
When you tell your parents a joke and it turns into a 5-hour lecture.
I can relate to that. Definitely.
Why did I say that? Bridge done. River will be added later. Okay. Wick done. Coil will be added later.
How?
American police in films. British police in films.
That's fucking true. Fucking hell.
Because in America, we're tough on crime. And in the UK, you're tough on geese? I don't know. Stop! Or I'm going to say stop again. My mom is grandma. That looks dangerous. My mom in 1989. Hey, man, just pile in the back of the car.
Yeah.
You'll be all right.
Good old days.
Why are you still smoking cigarettes, people? You could be vaping.
Vaping. Holy shit, yeah.
When you want the staff meeting to end and somebody just keeps asking questions.
Yes,
Can we get the
hear
fuck
that.
out of here?
Yeah.
What are you doing? Huh?
Stop.
What are you doing? That's the end of the dad jokes. Holy cow.
Good ones.
I didn't even finish my can.
That was a good one. That was a good one. Yeah. They were good this week.
Thank you, Mallery, for all the lovely memes in there. And thank you, Google Photos, for resurrecting some old ones I haven't seen in a while.
Yeah. Thank you, Mallery.
My wife
Much
hates me.
appreciated.
She thinks they're stupid. She doesn't get them.
Eh?
Yeah.
No way.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. It was an emotional wedding. Even the cake was in tears.
Get out of it, Mallery.
I don't think anybody liked our dad jokes. Nobody laughed the whole time. Nobody laughed. Nobody cheered. There was no applause.
Just
now that it's over.
Sir. I just don't understand. I don't understand. They're getting spun run like a mad person, like, never mind.
What's up with the fireworks not working today? I don't understand. Did I not spell it right? I can trigger them manually.
Oh my God. What?
I don't know, dude.
Odd. Aha, you got spun. Okay. That was cool, that mate. Good to sleep.
How you fix a broken tomato? Tomato paste.
Oh God.
Can we have some cash, please, for all of our hard-earned efforts? Thank you, Bloomberg. I know you were good for something.
You're a liar! You know something that you're not telling us, you slimy scumbag liar!
Wow. That's harsh.
That was a bit blunt, wasn't it? Straight to the punch.
I think it's fair to say that an e-cigarette user, puff for puff, is getting less carcinogens than a smoker.
Thank you. I appreciate the factual information there.
No shit, Sherlock.
Yeah. Does the other one still work?
Apparently so.
How about on YouTube? Wasn't working earlier. William Dobson triggered it and it didn't go off. I'll have to see what queue that's in. I don't know.
You've got that much going on, mate, honestly. You've got that much going on.
You know, I keep planning to add to it. Week on week on week. I'll come up with new stuff.
That's what it is. If you were in the movie Tinkerbell, you would be a tinker. That's what you would be. You like tinkering.
Always did. Okay.
You like to tinker. You are a tinkerer.
Let's try this one. One more.
Here we go. This is a new one, is it? Oh my. Who's getting all fucking technological shit here? Who's it? What's this? What? Oh, yes.
See, I'm not happy with it just taking my Polaroid, right? I want to be able for you guys to do one for Kenny, one for Alex, one for just the scene that's out there. And when you take the whole scene, it's not going to be a Polaroid because the aspect ratio is wrong. So People are making apocalypse jokes like there's no tomorrow.
Oh, fuck.
Wonder why.
That's a good one, that one, like.
We live in a 1984 world, mate. That's the problem.
Turn around. It's a nice day for a white wedding. It's a nice day to start again. You treat me like you do.
White wedding, how does it feel?
What do you
think?
That's class. That's brilliant. Good old 80s mix, eh?
Hello!
Make us feel old.
Hello, Mrs. Doubtfire!
Well, hello!
Well, hello there! Hey, man, why don't we just tell secrets in the cornfield? Too many ears.
Oh.
Whoops. That slipped out, sorry.
That was a definite whoops. Yes.
Just sit back and enjoy the show.
Okay, time to sit back and enjoy the show because it's time for us to do a random recipe. See what we can come up with today.
Very good.
I picked the wrong scene, and now there's no music because this is the new scene.
Oh.
And not the correct scene. Oh, my
see.
goodness.
What on earth? What on
I
earth?
have
sir?
lost track of the appropriate scene because I don't have the Stream Deck pushed on the right setting. What's these doggies
Oh,
doing?
yeah, it's look on, yeah, well, they're setting them there. There's a doggy cams.
Oh, they're up. Who wants a bone?
He's just shaking his ass, wasn't it? Having a look. Yep, they're both looking. Yep, they're having a look. Yep, he's having a look. He's coming over. Yep.
Yes, sir.
Now that fella there you just threw to can't be asked to look under his bed for it. There you go. There you go. It found it. It sat and looked at you. You threw it and it sat and went, well, where's it gone? And then when you finished, you went, oh, there it is. And what the fuck? Holy moly, man.
Oh, gravity.
That's why you buggers are lower down in the food chain, I'm afraid to say.
Spoiled
Holy
rotten.
shit.
They are spoiled rotten.
Nothing wrong with that, matey. Nothing wrong with that.
All right.
I suppose somebody.
I still can't find
Again,
it.
they're tucking in there. They're tucking in there nicely.
Nope, that's the wrong scene. How do I lose that scene constantly?
We've got Bic with no Bic. Bic, do you want to come in, Bic? We've got some room for you.
I don't know what happened. I really don't know what I did with it. I used it earlier. Not the news, because when I do the news, it stops playing the music.
Come on then, somebody play it.
Brain fart.
Do it.
I'm having a brain fart.
Don't roll him. The other one. Come on, what the one you gave me? Come on, get it in. Nobody's doing it.
There you go.
Nobody was doing it. Nobody was
we'll go
doing
back
it.
to the old way. At least we got the music playing again.
Nobody did it.
All right. So even when I automate things, I need to do voice commands. So I always end up in the right scene. So anyway, what can we make today, Sherlock Holmes? This is a list that they came up with. Addie was talking about last week about I should make a banana cream pie with some flavorings. Here's a recipe that somebody already put together. This banana cream pie starts with a banana nut bread, 5%.
Ooh.
I'm not sure that's going to be a really good banana cream pie. But being that they just did banana nut bread with meringue and sugar cookie, perhaps the bread aspect of the banana nut bread and the sugar cookie is what's supposed to replicate the crust? I don't know. I would prefer to make that using graham cracker crust. It's the flavor you need. I don't know. What else we got? Strawberry shake. How's the strawberry shake look? We have some Bavarian cream, some strawberry ripe, some super sweet, some sweet strawberry, and some vanilla bean ice cream. It looks really good. 13% total flavoring. I want something I can vape today, though. I want something like the watermelon. You know what I mean?
Oh, no. No, you want watermelon.
Yeah, but I want something that I can shake and vape.
Water.
What's this grape raspberry drink? That looks interesting.
Grape, lemon, raspberry
13% total flavoring. PPA's grape juice. Flavor was natural lemonade, which is a very true lemonade. If you want to buy a single flavor and make it as a one shot, you're pretty damn close with that natural lemonade.
Flavor West, yeah?
Yep. Natural lemonade and some super sweet, and you're bang, good to go.
Wow.
All right. I think we're going to go with this one. I don't see any reason not
Rock
to.
and roll, sir.
Adapt this. And yeah, I'm just going to do the 6, and then yep, everything looks good. Okay, save. Save
Good old bit of lemonade,
recipe.
sir.
Let's grab these ingredients. All right, buddy, go lay down. I need access to my flavor.
Aim. Huh? Really? Grape raspberry drink.
Natural lemonade. TPA's grape juice. Okay. TPA sweet raspberry.
Okay.
Hot diggity, a little bit of super sweet, so technically only 3 ingredients. Peachy, I need a scale.
Boom. Nice good.
I don't need a bottle.
So odd. Damn. Go for it, sir. You go for it.
Man, that's that nice having that camera way out this way. You can actually read what the scale says. That's awesome. All right. Secret sauce.
You're 1971 vintage, are you?
Yes, sir.
I was thinking a bit further back myself, but never mind.
Okay, 0.62.
Old syringe, eh? .62 is not a lot, is it?
Well, we're only making 10 mils.
All right.
Secret sauce done. Tear it out. Go a little
I'll
grape
put mine in the fridge.
juice. Smells like a good grape juice. 0.42.
Good.
I didn't care for it the last time I
Dusty
mixed it.
Country Road. Dusty Country Road said, "Gotta run again, catch in a little bit." Right, thank you, Dusty, popping in.
Thank you for appreciate you stopping by. Point 42.
Yeah, man.
Look, I breathe on it.
Oh,
It goes
you
over.
fucker. I know.
What a
I
tosser.
think sometimes the scales just lie, mate. I think sometimes the scales just lie to you. Just do it. It's like when you go to fill your car up with gas. It's like when you go to fill your car up with petrol or gasoline, as you talking, you know, you put $20 and it goes over by like a half a cent. Like, fuck off.
Yeah. All right, 0.52.
Oh, wow, that's really nice, that beer. Fucking love it. Love a good beer. Love a beer.
Look at that. Even that one went up. Had to think about it for a moment. Oh, heaven in a bottle. If you love raspberry.
Oh. TFA raspberry.
Mm-hmm. You
I'm partially of raspberry, like.
Quite a bit. All right, 0.3.
You can tell.
Look at that.
Thought you would have went under by wanting to preserve it, make it last longer.
New. They're super sweet. 0.13.
I just realised you've got no hat on the day, mate.
No, didn't have it on last week either. Look at that, 0.18. I went over there too. What's up with this? Too much hot sauce.
PG.
Last week it caused anal leakage, remember?
Oh, hell yeah.
All right. Propylene glycol, we need 1.12. Like everything else.
Here enough.
Just a hair over.
Oh, look, it didn't. Look at your skills. Now, look at your skills now. Oh, it was there a minute ago. There you are, look. It's gone up to 1.19.
It's supposed to be 1.12.
Yeah. Oh, now it's gone to 1.7. Look at.
Really try.
Look, it's moved again. There you go.
Telling you, blowing on it makes a difference. All right. VG just tastes good by itself. You want to know why they put in ice cream and stuff? Anyway.
I've never ever tried on its own. Never ever.
Taste
never
it,
ever
mate.
tried
It's sweet.
VG. Never. Wee.
Yes. You've tasted it before, you just didn't realize it. If you ate ice cream and it wasn't like the super expensive ice cream, you've eaten VG.
Oh, without a doubt.
You don't even know it. Look on the ingredients. You'll see it listed in there. .83 is the goal.
There you are. Oh, couple of drops. Here we go.
Lovely. Oh, wouldn't it be lovely? Got a bag of nipples for you.
Oh, I love a bag of nipples.
That'll be the next thing they ban.
Oh, well. That's debatable, then.
Job done. Sort of.
There you go, son. And what you gonna put it in, boss? What you gonna put it in?
I'll have to throw some wicking in this drop. I just got done cleaning.
Oh.
I'll shut that off to the side there. Sorry, folks, I didn't get that done. Because I got to make a label before I forget about what's in this thing.
Don't forget your label. Don't forget your label.
Raz. Drink. What episode we on today? 17?
Oh, God, hell.
Season 3,
Wow.
episode 17.
Wow. You make me feel old tonight, you.
Could be worse.
Couldn't.
All you got to think back to in the dad joke section when I told you that, you know, the music that we listened to in the 80s was so fantastic. It's equivalent to the modern kids looking at us listening to the 80s as us at their age listening to the music from the 1940s. Did you listen to swing when you were a kid?
Mm.
You were listening to the 60s.
Yeah. Mm. I was kind of like, I was still young in the 70s. Right, still a child. But I can still remember the 70s music because I was old enough to remember the 70s music. Okay, I didn't appreciate it then, but you know, like I say, the 80s was kind of where you started to learn. But I mean, even some of the bands that came and went, I still like listened to. You know what I mean? It was weird. It was a weird time. Definitely a weird time.
You listen to the Beatles.
No, but like, when you think about it, there was a lot of shifts in the music, you know, like in styles, wasn't there? You know, you had punk, mod, ska. There was a lot of different styles kicking about then. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they became popular, and then they failed out, and then the next wave would come in. Then obviously the 80s, you got all the synthesizer shit and the big shoulder pads and all that shit.
What's weird for me is you know, when I first moved to Pittsburgh, 3WS is a Pittsburgh station, and they were always the oldie station, right? And they always played music that we thought was oldies music. You know, music from the 50s and 60s. And somehow they lost that at one point, and now they're playing 80s music. It's like, we really are old, man.
I mean, as you grow older, I suppose you appreciate what you listen to then a bit more, because at the time you thought, oh, I didn't like that was crap. But then when you re-listen to it again, like 20 years or anything, actually, that wasn't that bad. You know what I mean? Weird, man.
Weird was losing this ring. I'm like, I know it's in there. I washed all of it together.
Oh, look at that. Poor Becca, you missed out on so much. Becca was born in 1991.
There are very, very few people, according to YouTube's algorithm and statistics and data, there are very, very few people that is our age or older that watch this show. It's only people younger
than
us that watch this show.
Well, you know, not
and it's sad
own
because
trumpet
the
like, but
people
you've got
that are
to
my age are the ones that need to hear this message the most.
Yeah. But again, I'm not blowing my own trumpet, but you know, I've got to learn from the greats, as I say. I think, like I say, I mean, vape community is more vape community. It's not like a public community, you know what I mean? A lot of people in the public don't tune into this stuff, you know, the general public.
No, because they believe the fear-mongering that's out there on the press.
Exactly.
The message that's sent to the kids that see through the bullshit. It's people my age that believe NBC and CBS and ABC and CNN all tell the truth. Well, some of them.
Well, if you're not a minion and you've got a fucking brain up there and you can think for yourself, you should know by now the media just fucking spouts bullshit across the world, in any country. It's like you said, they've got an agenda. And they are very, very regulated by the government of the country, because you don't think your own government, if your country's going to let a news channel run wild and talk shit about the government, not going to happen.
I need to cleanse my palate with some coffee. Get this orange off of my tongue. It's clashing with that raspberry.
Oh, man.
A lot of people are like that. You know, they don't feel their generation. They don't sync or mesh with their generation. I know plenty of people that sync with the generation before or after them more than they do their own generation.
I know, but sometimes you get labelled anyway, don't you? You get labelled as a generation, whether you like it or fucking not.
Whether it's true or not. This is weird. I kind of get the grape. I kind of get the raspberry. I don't really get any of this lemonade at all. I don't feel like it's brightening up the other two flavors. I'm going to have to leave this sit overnight and see what it's like. And if I can't get any of the sour aspects of the lemonade, I would jump to lemon Sicily.
Right.
Even if I put that in there like 0.5%, that would force that lemon or that sour characteristic to show its face in this. Because the raspberry is a very potent flavor, and so is that grape. And even though the lemonade is in there at 5%, I'm not really getting much of it.
That's odd because lemon is quite a strong flavor as well.
The other thing that skews this is my perception of the grape. Because I had Purple Rain, that grape e-liquid that you've tried, as my all-day vape for like at least 6 months. That was the only thing I vaped for a good 6 months. No other flavors. I wasn't DIYing really back then. It wasn't until after I switched to OG Blue and then tried to make my own that I started DIYing. And I literally burned my taste buds out of grape. Like, I enjoy eating natural grapes because they taste nothing like the artificial grape that's in this. But if somebody offers me a piece of gum, if it's grape, I will straight up say no, I don't want it, because I don't want grape anymore. I just don't like it anymore. 6 months of that's the only flavor I vaped with, so I didn't smoke, burned my taste buds out to grape. It's hypersensitive to it. And for me, this just doesn't work. Is it a grape raspberry lemonade? Probably. I'm not getting enough of the lemonade, even though it's in there more than the other ones are. But somebody else out there might love it.
Explained. You know, like you said, you know, you've got that fucking grape thing going on in your mind. You know what I mean? And you're not letting it, you know.
I can't let it go. I recognize it right up front, and it's like, oh, I don't really care for grape. You with watermelon.
Yeah. Oh,
I can make something where watermelon is in there, not as a flavor you recognize, but as a mouth wetter is the primary aspect, a characteristic to it that I want you to get out of it. And it's a cantaloupe vape, but you will go, oh no, like this watermelon. You would recognize the watermelon in there, and it would be more paramount than the cantaloupe flavor is. For me, even though the cantaloupe is barely in there, like 0.5%, that's the paramount flavor that I get. In the watermelon, even though it's sort of recognized as a watermelon, is more of a mouth-watering flavor.
You've hit the nail on the head, because the other day I bought an actual energy drink, and it said it was some kind of fruit-based blah blah blah. And I just picked it up. That'll do. That says that'll do. And I picked it up. I didn't even look at the label, anything. I popped it open and I had a mouthful, and I straight away watermelon. I went, watermelon? What's in this? And it was like such and such guava, such and such watermelon, and I didn't taste anything else but fucking watermelon. And I said, bastard, and it went in the bin. Honestly, there was loads of different flavors that I liked, like all tropical flavors, everything. But they put watermelon in. And that was the first thing I tasted, and I didn't even look at the label.
This is definitely true to its name, though. It's definitely a grape raspberry drink. Grape is the paramount forefront flavor, and you get the raspberry. The lemonade isn't even in there that I could recognize. unless it's in there as a mouth-watering agent. But
obviously, maybe it's there, but for the high percentage as well, you think you would get a bit more. You know what I mean? Like I said, it could be something like you say to make your mouth water, or maybe bring out another flavor.
I would love to just mix up this lemonade by itself, the natural lemonade from Flavor West. Mix it up as a one shot. Throw that in there at 10-12%. Add enough super sweet to give it that sweet lemonade flavor, and you're good to go.
Exactly.
But it is what it is.
An odd one. It's an odd one, sir. It's a very odd one.
But that's one of the reasons why I don't ever really want to take this channel to let me make a bunch of bangers for you. Because everybody's got a flavor or 2 or 3 or 10 that they just despise. And even though it might be in there just as an accent, you'll spot it right away and go, that's not a freaking banger. A banger is something that everybody on the planet can try and go, wow, that's just really curious. Like, ooh, that's good. It's got this and this and this. And everybody loves it. I don't think there's too many e-liquids on the planet that everybody in the planet loves.
No. But again, like you see, it's subjective. It's subjective, innit? You know what I mean? Everybody's got what they like and what they don't like, you know what I mean? Or the genre, even the vaping genre. There'll be bakeries, custards, fruits, whatever, they've all got that genre where they're kind of gone down. You know what I mean?
But I did learn something this week that wants me to be a little more adventurous on there. Just like you asked, can we make a recipe based on some flavor profile that I hand you? And I'm like, yeah, that sounds like a cool idea. And what got me to really accept that wholeheartedly and go, okay, we'll really need to expand that some more and just do more live mixing is Addy was a guest on somebody else's show this past week, and I was catching the replay of all those shows. And he's like, listen, there's plenty of mixers out there, and you don't have to, if you don't, for whatever reason, don't care for Wayne, there are other mixers out there mixing all the time. Because it's about getting comfortable with the aspect of, let me throw these things together and see what they're like. And the person he used as an example for that, for somebody that got into DIY like you did, was Wendy Vapes. And she legit ordered a starter kit and said, okay, I'm going to open this live and we're going to try and DIY live from the get-go with no knowledge whatsoever. And looking back at it, I'm like, you know what? You're right. She did a weekly show that was just, let's explore DIY. Let's try this. Ooh, that's really good. Let me bump it up a little more. Ooh, that's even better. Or, ooh, that was too much, and now it muddled the flavors of other things because the other things can't compete now. And she legit learned all this stuff on the live stream, firsthand experience, and everybody got to learn with her when she did that.
Yeah, I it's a good, if you pardon the pun, recipe, so to speak, to learn, isn't it? Really,
It's not like, watching a YouTube video to learn how to change your brake pads.
Yeah.
That everybody that watches it, as long as, they have the same make and model car, is going to be able to do exactly what you did because everything's the exact same.
Exactly.
It's like, here, let me show you how to formulate brake pads. Well, that doesn't work. Because some brake pads are going to go on trucks and some of them are going to go on cars. Some of them will be on a motorcycle. They can't use the same formulation to get the same effect.
No. It's more specific, isn't it?
And, it's like the vaping industry as a whole. I know that kills the audience when I do that because, they're like, oh, you should be able to give me a recipe and I should be able to make it and it should taste exactly what you say it does. It doesn't, because every person's different. You eat different foods than I eat on a regular basis, so your taste buds recognize things at a different proportion than what I recognize.
It's totally subjective, mate. You know what I mean? There's no right or wrong. That's the beauty of it. There's no right or wrong. What you might like, somebody else might not like, and vice versa, and some people will love it.
That's why there's a bunch of recipes that I don't even put a rating up for anymore. My goal when I first did this was, okay, let me mix up something random every single week. And then I can go and put a review and rating up on it. Like this one, I would be hesitant to put a review up on there because I don't care for the grape. Doesn't mean it's a bad recipe.
Yeah.
I actually think it tastes exactly like what the title is. But, you know, I mean, there's ones that, like the one that was a 30% flavoring total that just tastes like ass until we cut it down into 15% total flavoring. And then all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, this is good, but not quite enough. So maybe you do need to have like 18% total flavoring or 20% total flavoring. But 30 was just like, it tastes like soap to me. You need to push the envelope for yourself to what you enjoy and you can appreciate. And some things just don't work and some things do work. And people don't like to know that, well, DIY isn't as easy as they make it sound. Well, it is if you buy one shot. And then you try and broaden that palette by a second flavor. And then when you get comfortable adding a second flavor, then try adding a third flavor. And the more you mix, the more you learn your flavors and go, well, this one doesn't mix with anything. I don't care what brand it is. I just can't get this to taste like anything other than what it is. And it doesn't help if it's in a recipe, get you to taste it.
You know, you can take it to the next level. I mean, you can say, right, you can kind of look at flavors. Like, I mean, we've done it before. We've had fact sheets. I think there's a fact sheet still in your Discord where what flavors go together and what flavors don't. So maybe do a bit of homework. And the classic example was, you know, that cherry bagel you did. You watched a fucking television program. You know what I mean? You thought, yeah. Because at the end of the day, all these flavors are trying to simulate a food that we like. Basically, or a fruit or a dessert. You're trying to simulate that in the vape. So where's the best place to start?
That's what this recipe tastes like. Hubba Bubba grape bubble gum. The bubblegum characteristic is scant on here, but the flavor of Hubba Bubba grape is pretty damn close to what this is. If you took Hubba Bubba grape and made it a drink, this is what this would taste like.
Really? Wow.
But I truly agree with Becca. I love our community. The family that we get and we learn because we picked up vaping and we picked up and we jumped into DIY. The DIY community is loving and adopting, and I've been a guest on so many DIY mixing shows. It's just, I love that. They're so accepting of everyone.
Yeah. But the thing with vaping, it's a conversation opener. You could walk past somebody who's vaping the street and go, oh, what are you vaping on, mate? And then you'll end up having a full conversation about whatever.
Yeah.
Just simple, you know, just a simple icebreaker, shall we say. That's not. Oh, what mods that, mate? Looks nice. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Stuff like that.
Yeah, where'd you get that at? Where can I find one of those at?
Exactly that. Gets people talking. Gets people making friends and relationships and all that shit. You know what I mean?
See, it's weird because you get a juice like this Water Malone, and it cuts right through the coffee. It cuts right through that one. It cuts right through just about any flavor profile that you have. That's what makes it a great recipe.
I've always said if it tastes exactly what it says on the tin, you've nailed it.
Well, this recipe nailed it. It's a great raspberry drink.
But it's just not your cup of tea.
No.
Shall we say.
And I'm glad I only made a 10 mil of it. I'm going to let my wife try it, just in case it might be something that tickles her fancy. But that bottle's getting rinsed and washed and done.
Again, you know, perfectly good recipe that you don't like. And it's not, like you said, because it's a bad recipe. It's just not your profile, not your flavor profile, not what you like. So, again, like I say,
I'll tell you what is my flavor profile. We're going to mix it up right now.
Oh, banana marshmallow. That sounded so good when you did that last time.
That's from season 1, episode 12. It's been 2 years since I've had this. Let's go find this recipe. I want to mix this up.
I like that. Thank you, Mallery. I like that.
As all families do.
Hell yeah.
My recipes.
Right on.
November 29th, 2022 is the last time I mixed that.
Wow. You did enjoy it then, if I remember correctly.
I sure did. And I enjoyed it even more a month later.
Wow.
All right. Flavors banana.
This could be a feature, man. This could be a feature.
Dragon fruit. I'll tell you what, the mate did send me quite a bit of dragon fruit. Look at that.
There it is. This could be another feature on your show. A retro vape where you go back and look at your old recipes and mix them up again. Good thinking,
That's a
isn't
good
it?
idea. Yeah.
Retro vape. Up in the chat, boys, what do you reckon? Want to do a retro vape? Boys and girls, of course. Sorry, all you ladies out there. Even get
graham cracker. Look, that was before he even got real labels.
Wow. Yeah, I'm sitting there with a bottle of graham cracker flavour and all, Al. I'm not, Jesus Christ. 2022.
Marshmallow custard is the dominant recipe, and he bended it with the other accents. I should have sent you some of this too.
Ooh, that looks really nice.
I got plenty
Marshmallow custard. Wow. Ooh, that's very nice. Very nice, sir.
We got some smooth on the table. We got super sweet on the table, so we're good to go. And I'm going to mix it up exactly the same as what I did before. I'm not modifying this or
I wish you would get back in touch again, the guy Flavors. You know, he does some good shit. I wish you'd get back in touch with him. Brilliant guy.
Yeah, I need to send him a message. I
stuff.
need to get some orange and some pineapple off of him.
Yeah, he does some good stuff, man.
So we're making 120 mils. Get our secret sauce. We need 3.6 of this.
I think you should do a Bogus and move to the UK. Come on over here, mate. You'll be all right. They might ban a lot of shit, but you'll still be all right mixing. That's an idea. Should reach out to Bogus. He's in UK time now. He should be able to come on here.
Yeah. Some banana, 8.76 grams of this.
Wow.
I love mixing 120 ml bottles.
Oh, of course, especially with good flavour, man. You've got to go for it, haven't you? Got to, man. I can't be pissed off with 10 ml bottles.
Spot on. The variation you have, and if you go over 0.02 or whatever, I can't even tell the difference.
Nah, not when you're making a quantity that big.
Dragon fruit, we need 3 grams of this.
What does that actually taste of on its own? I've never had it on its own.
Give me a second. I'm not going.
I've never known what the profile is.
If I can describe it.
It's a weird one, isn't it?
It's got a slight sweetness to it by itself.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
I'm trying to think. It's a delicious flavor on its own.
It's a hard profile to describe, I suppose.
Dragon fruit is a real fruit, so if you've never eaten a dragon fruit or smelled one, you don't even know what to compare it to. There's some flowers that I've smelled that have been close to it, but that's not a...
I've never come across it.
Do you ever smell rose water? People use to cook with?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what it smells like.
Really?
I understand now why
So
people
odd.
use that as an accent in a lot of fruit recipes. Because
Yeah.
it can take take a singular flavor profile of a fruit and broaden that palate to give it that meaty characteristic of the fruit.
Yeah. I mean, be honest, an actual dragon fruit. An
There is a
actual
real
dragon fruit. I didn't even know.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't even know that actually existed. I just thought it was something, a name that was made up with for the flavor type of thing. But
It
there
is a
you go.
delicious
You proven
flavor,
that
and
one.
I never hesitate about using that in any recipes I do, especially the fruit-based ones.
Damn that.
Marshmallow custard. You know how good this is going to be? This was originally batched in March of 22, and it's been sitting here this whole
Holy
time,
moly.
unmolested. I wonder if that's
gonna be
going to
good.
speed up the time for this bottle to be ready.
That's
You know what
a
I
good
mean?
point. It's kind of
Because it was
pre-steeped,
fresh
isn't it?
when he first sent it to me. And it literally took months for that first bottle to be really good that when I visited, I'm like, oh, I got to make another one. And I made another one, and I was vaping it, and then I handed it to the wife because she liked it, and then despite it having this custard in there, and then it disappeared and lost under the sofa.
It disappeared.
All right, so we need 16.8 grams of this.
Right. Just excuse me a minute, my friend. I've got to go to the little boy's room. I shall be back in a tick. I'm still here.
There you go. That's perfect. And then the other thing that goes in here that is unique because of the amount of flavoring in this is a little bit of smooth. And smooth takes the harshness out of flavorings. 0.84. Doesn't take very much. 10 drops maybe? 15? Go. Awesome. Now just some super sweet. 0.60. Close enough for government work. And look at that. That's just flavorings in there. All right. VG, 101 grams. Awesome. I'm going to shake this thing up and put this on the shelf, and we're going to try this out next week to revisit it. I still got water coming off the lid. I'm washing it this morning. All right. Job done. All right, lovely people out there. What do you want next? Is there a recipe that you would like me to create? Or a flavor profile you would like me to try and make? It's up to you. The more you experiment with DIY, the better you get, because the more experience you have with each of the flavorings and how they interact with other flavorings, you learn every single recipe that you mix up, what works and what doesn't work. If nobody drops any suggestions in chat, I'm going to revisit Mallery Gates' Blue Balls. Give that a shot now that it's sat here for a while. And give that a try. Surely I have another dripper here. I can throw that on. Do I have any prepared? I believe I do. Sure do. Got the old Wasp Nano Pro ready to go. Pickle mod to throw that on. How about this one? That's the Doveco MVV, I believe. MVP. Whoops. Wrong one. Hey, Kenny. I'm playing with Mallery's Blue Balls.
Pardon? I beg your pardon?
I'm playing with Mallery's Blue Balls.
Oh, yeah? You lucky person. I hope Mallory's enjoying it.
She's like, that should be well steeped by now. Then again, wasn't she the one last week?
Yeah,
said,
you've,
whoever's got my voodoo doll, can you just go and please shag it, please?
Well, when in Rome.
65
yeah, that's the penny.
The
penny's just dropped. Have you got any flavours? The penny's just dropped. Have you got any flavours off last week that you need to try or catch up on?
No, but I do have some vape mail.
Oh.
Bye.
Has it worked again, I take it? Just to sit back time and relax and enjoy? Yeah. Is it really that good? Straight off the shake?
No. Those was Mallery Gates Blue Balls.
Ah.
I didn't really care for it the first time when I mixed it up. I'm like, I'm going to set that aside and we'll come back to it later. Man, that was like 2 months ago? Something like that?
Ah, my apologies, yep.
Not dry now. That is a lovely recipe. Where's that? Go to recipes. Find it. There's Mallery Gates Blue Balls recipe. Blueberry from Capella, 3%. Juicy peach at 8%. Sweet raspberry at 4%. And pure elm 1%.
One? Wow.
I'll tell you what this needs. Just a hint of dragon fruit. Because right now it's like... This tastes like a blueberry candy. Blueberry raspberry candy. You know what I mean? And to get it more fruity flavor, I think if you added a touch of dragon fruit,
bring it out.
It would taste even better.
There you go, Mallery. Get to experimenting. Get back in your lab.
That was a wonderful recipe. I didn't like it at first because it was too punchy and too, almost like that other recipe that we did. It was like too strong in flavoring. This one isn't too strong in flavoring. It's just the right amount of flavoring. It just needs to sit a while. Then again,
I think it
always
was
had that
vinegar,
problem
the
with
peach.
Juicy peach. It takes forever for that to settle into a recipe. Shit. Thank you.
It's a strong flavor,
This is
peach.
not going to waste. This is going in my tank. I might not even change the coil. I might just... Nah, it's been 2 weeks. I
Dump
didn't
it
change
in
that
there.
coil. Change that cotton. I'm going to change that cotton in there, and I'm going to put this in my arbiter. That'll be the real test to see how it tastes. Speak of the devil, Addy Tooney, hello and welcome.
Hi, Addy.
We're just talking about
Been
how
talking about
you
you
were a
not to
guest on the other show, and you were talking about how Wendy got her start in DIY and did it live. Ordered the vape mail and bada bing, bada boom. We're going live. I'm going to open the box up on stream, and we're going to mix our first recipe. And fear not, come join us.
Hell yeah.
In the DIY community. It's not that hard. It's not that complicated. And you can tailor it to your exact flavor profile. Like that grape I mixed up earlier. I mean, I don't care for it because it's grape, but it says exactly what it's supposed to be. It's a grape raspberry drink. Just like this is a blueberry raspberry candy, in my opinion. And that 1% of super sweet is not sickeningly sweet. That's just the right amount of sweetness for this combination.
The point being is you're enjoying it. That's the main thing, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and the thing was, when I first tasted it, I'm like, I don't want to break your feelings, but it didn't really tickle my fancy. Now, revisiting it, that was August 15th. We made that in 2023. Here we are now, April, end of April 24. 6 months.
Jesus. It's had a good steep time.
But it's fantastic now. The flavors aren't too strong. It isn't soapy at all. It's just a beautiful blueberry raspberry candy.
Good. Everyone's
I've
a winner.
sent you flavors that weren't ready when you first tried them too. And you let them sit a while, and you come back another month later, and all of a sudden it's just like, hey man, that's not too bad. The milkshake that I mixed up on Wendy's live stream, I sent you that bottle.
Yes. I left that stand a bit.
Blueberry and milkshake? What? Yeah, I don't know why Fireworks doesn't work anymore in the check command. All the other check commands work.
That's so odd, isn't it? I'll try it.
It's not even triggering. That's the part that gets me. I'm looking in the log on the ones that are used, and it's not even triggering.
That's not doing it, mate. I've just popped it in there. It's no doing. Odd.
What if I do it on Twitch?
Very odd. There you go. That's odd how it works on one and not on another. Holy moly.
That's a YouTube problem. And Andrew Cuomo
Gotta
doesn't
be, ain't it?
work either. He naturally picks the two that don't work today. Andrew Cuomo doesn't work even when I manually trigger it. That's the weird part.
Wow. An odd one. Yeah, the gremlins are out, mate. The gremlins are out.
Vaping is better than smoking.
Oh.
So
that's the only thing I do agree with, mate.
I don't know. How about this one? We haven't tried this one manually.
The only true statement he's fucking said, that fucker.
The current incarnation of the e-cigarette was not invented by one of the major tobacco companies. It was invented in China.
Yes. We know.
Professor Touchy.
Yeah, Touchy.
Yep. I don't care. We're going to feature him on the show as often as anybody wants to pull up his sound effect. Now that they're randomly pulled, I got them all in there. It's kind of like the boo. every time you type in boo, it comes up with a different group of boos.
Clever. Good stuff, man. All about audience and participation and interaction.
Yeah, it worked really good in the first half of the show. Everybody loves it, and everybody loves rolling you around.
Nah, I'm dizzy. Got me head spinning. What the hell? Oh, you again. Even you're at it now, are you?
Wait a minute, that doesn't work in Twitch, but it works in YouTube.
Very odd. I think the YouTube's just boring. Yeah, I'll tend to just piss me off. There you go.
I put the wrong order. It's not Kenny Spin, it's Spin Kenny. And Spin Alec.
There you go. Oh.
There. So you don't feel left out.
Your fucking game. Hey.
Doesn't work. Just that command.
I'm just gonna do you anyway. There you go.
And there's a random animal sound for you.
What the fuck? You've got too much fucking time on your hands. You've got too much fucking time on your hands, you have.
No, it's just a matter of me learning the C# programming needed to make it work. And once I got something to work, it's so easy to modify it for other things.
Wow. Clever that, like, vApril. Good stuff.
And like I said, I've been working on the Polaroid one. That actually uploads those Polaroids up to Discord. And the whole thing is I want to be able to do it the way I do it, not the way Andy Lippy does it with his plugin or the way it was originally done, because I want to be able to actually take the files that we share here and just type a command and automatically uploads that file to the Discord server so that we build that up as a knowledge base of resources for people to look back at.
Good thinking. Good thinking, yeah. I like that.
So many different things, and like I said, it's taken a while to build it up, but now that I've got it, it's like adding new ones is easy.
It's like we say, guys and girls in chat, you know, if you want to get in touch or whatever, or upload whatever, you know, your hand checks, whatever. Plenty of ways to do it. You can do it on the Discord, do it on Alex's Facebook page. Probably send him something in WhatsApp, I suppose. You know, if you've got his WhatsApp, you know, you can do lots and lots of ways. Please get involved and do it. And also, give us a thumbs up. Totally appreciate a thumbs up. It helps the so-called algorithm, as we shall say.
I think you should give it to me.
Oh, saucy.
And when it comes to the advocacy, I'd still say we should put our 2 cents in when we have the opportunity to put them in there.
Without a doubt, yeah, definitely. It's kind of gone off the boil a bit here.
It's either me or them. You're getting fucked one way or the other.
Yeah. True.
So if the politicians are crying the blues, well, I don't care about the antis. You're still going to hear from me crying the blues. I'm not here to protect their children. Only pedophiles worry about other people's children.
I'm true. Yeah, it's gone a bit quiet over here, like UK wise.
Yeah, well, I forgot to ask Bick about it. I sent him an email about the Dutch stuff that's going on over there. I want to bring that up. I want to show you guys what it looks like. But the whole anti-campaign is running rampant in Dutch right now.
Hey.
Sent.
Will over there. Very vocal.
Yeah, but this is, for them, this is like, where the hell's this coming from, you know? It's like, we didn't ask for any of this. Yes, always translate to Dutch. Thank you. Help protect our young people together. Please spread the video. WhatsApp, email, social media. All parents and caregivers have the right to know these 4 facts about vaping that are lies. Propaganda, misinformation. The tobacco industry doesn't tell us this, so we doctors do. You're lying. Many vapes release more toxic and addictive nicotine than an entire pack of cigarettes. No, they don't. Most nicotine gums and patches and sprays that you buy over the counter on the bottom shelf at your local grocery store have more nicotine than a carton of cigarettes. But you don't cry about them because it's made by Big Pharma.
Exactly.
But look what he's dealing with.
Holy moly, man.
I'd play the video for you, but it's all in Dutch, so we wouldn't understand it anyway. But this is a full-out campaign launched in the Netherlands right now by these schmucks. Who's paying them to make these messages?
Strange one.
And where did this all come from? Why? Why out of the blue?
An odd one.
Yeah.
Like I said,
all the cannabis and prostitution you want, but no tobacco harm reduction. Sorry.
Maybe, like I said, Bick can highlight what, you know, Bick can give a bit of the inside info as we saw, you know what I mean?
Well, I sent him the email this morning, so we'll see, you know, I'll give him a chance to look into it and whatnot. Maybe he'll put it on his Vape Rendezvous show, which I just like so impressed with him. He's got like 200 views for each of his Vape Rendezvous shows that he puts out there. He was a guest over here. We had 200 views on our show.
Yeah, good.
That's some loyal fans right there, let me tell you.
If he finds out some shit, let him come back on and, you know, do his bit of advocacy over here. Not a problem.
Let's see if that's working now.
Yeah.
That works. Why did the fireworks not work? I don't get it. Works on
Twitch. It's an odd one, mate. It's an odd one again, matey.
Sure is.
Bam.
Well, sir, are you ready to teach me how to do the Doom? How to wick it properly?
Give it a go.
All right. Here we go. The damn vape doom was my nemesis with the URL that was plastered on the side there. And the authenticity check that was fully disclosed here. But time to revisit this thing. Because Kenny says, oh, that's really good if you wick it right. You should try that wicking I sent you. And I'm like, I got a box of that wicking you sent me, and let's check it out. If it's as good as you say, I'm going to be excited.
Oh, they got the bung in.
Yeah, I put the bung back in.
I got the tube. Yeah, get rid of that. Get rid of that. That's the first thing you do.
No longer TPD compliant. Oh, my goodness. All right. .14. That's about as straight as you're going to get. 40 watts. She's as clean as you're going to get.
Very nice.
Okay. Where's this lovely cotton? Found in the beauty aisle, or your local hair salon that sells you hair colorings. They have boxes of this stuff. You can get the one that's pure cotton, or you can get the one that's rayon. They're just different numbers. All right, matey.
I think you want like a thickness and like another half of one. That's like the perfect thickness.
See if I can even get the one in there. Oh, I see why you say 1.5.
Yeah.
One is pretty loose.
That's right. You're half another one. Like thickness wise.
So we'll take another one. And we'll cut it down the middle as best we can. Ooh, yeah, I see what you mean about the tension there.
Yeah.
That feels right.
To see with Muji, it's to see with Muji as well. If you want to do like a Muji 1.5, you can do it with that as well. You want to cut that flush with, cut it flush with the edge of the deck. No. Cut it flush with the edge of the deck. Like that's it, right at the edge. Yeah, cut it with flush with the edge.
Come on.
Cool. Don't worry. Don't you worry about that. Just cut where I tried to cut it.
I did. I'm just trying to figure out what this. You see that in there? It might just be the.
It's probably the joint.
When I
yeah,
cut
it's
it.
just maybe got the joint.
Yeah. All right. Same on the other side.
Just flush the edge of the deck. Yeah. Now, there is a method in the madness.
Coat it in e-liquid?
Oh,
or just
no,
put the lid on?
Don't touch it yet. What you want to do is comb it back towards the coil on both ends. Just comb it back slightly towards the coil.
All right.
Just comb it. That's it. Just like that's it. That's all you need. Couple of combs. Couple of combs.
That looks a little big
right.
on this side.
So what you need to do.
Okay.
Now look at the bottom. You'll see there's like an airway in the bottom. You want to tuck your bottom piece so it's just peeping through there. Just tuck the very bottom end so it's just peeping through the very bottom. You want to just tuck it back so it's just peeping, so you can just see it in that airway. Just want to drop it in.
It drops in.
Yeah, you just want to drop it a little bit in.
Oh yeah.
See, you've got the lip there. Yeah. So if you just drop a tiny bit in there, not much, that'll do. Not much. Pull it back out a bit. You don't want too much in. About there. That's it. Very little amount.
Okay.
Just a touch, yeah. And the same on the other side. I don't want to block the hole. Bring it up a bit. Just don't totally block the hole. That you just want to just peeping through. About there you are. You still want a little gap.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you do.
And then you give it a haircut. Yeah, you do give it a haircut. Just trim a little bit of it off. Still keep it high, but just trim a touch off. Yep, that's not too bad.
Same on the other side.
Yeah. The secret of the wick and that is that bit it's that bit that's tucking in the bottom, because your juice flows through that bottom channel and you want the wick to touch it to wick it. Take a bit off the top and then just that should do you. But the secret of wicking the doom is to tuck that small bit behind in the channel. If you can get that right, you've nailed it. When you've done that, you can just saturate the hell out of it.
I'm going to use Mallery Gates Blue Balls for this, because we found it to be so delicious.
You'll find, like, if it's not right, you'll find that's the bit you've got to tweak, is the bit you took into the bottom. If you took too much in, it could be dry. If you took too little in, it could flood. But that's the bit you've got to play with.
Oh, is that wicking beautifully into the center there?
Because what it does, the juice flows underneath, and it also wicks it from the bottom, but it's also wicking your wicks as well. You know what I mean?
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Basically, when you're tucking them ends in, you're giving the wick a little bit of a hand, because I found when I first done it, I didn't tuck it in. It just dried out badly, you know. That's the secret. Tuck your wicks in the bottom a touch, get them soaked up, boom. Just make sure there is a little gap there. just for the because you've got to allow the juice to flow through.
Yeah, that one looks perfect, like you said.
Yeah,
because you see the ends are still open for the bottom of that deck.
Yeah,
where the top is fully sealed off. This one looks a little big. Might be a little bit much in there.
Champion, just pull up a touch because you've got to allow that juice to flow through that bottom channel. There you go, sir. I mean, I'm not going to say
are these square slots.
I'm not going to say it's going to be an instant success, man. Don't take me word. It took me a while to figure that one out. It took us quite a while to figure it out. I had a mare with that.
As long as it's not as hard as the profile, this is easily reproducible. And yeah, you might not get it the first try, but the flavor on the mesh, if you get it right, I know from the Kylan.
Oh, it's phenomenal, but
it doesn't look.
Took me a hell of a while to figure it out. Yeah, you've got to make sure they're lined up and the slots are lined up so it locks all the way in. I think you're looking at the air holes lining up with that. The air holes line up with that face where the screw is. That's probably kind of where you're looking at. You'll feel it gone. You'll feel it click in eventually.
It lines up, but I don't think it's going. Yeah, that's as far as she goes.
That's not. This will go the other way. Try 180 degrees.
Okay. I think that O-ring is supposed to stick out so that when this top piece comes down,
there's
no alignment marks on the bottom here. Let's see if this closes, if there's a gap between the airflow ring and not.
Yeah, if that closes flush, it might be all right.
Nope.
No, you're out. You're out. Where's mine at? I'll grab mine. It's on my desk anywhere. Where the fuck that for it?
I'm thinking maybe the wicking. Maybe this needs to be clear on the top here.
Yeah, maybe you can cut a bit more off the top because the wick could be stopping it. Because to be honest, there's not a lot of room in the top. To be honest with you, now I think about it. We have to trim a bit more.
So as long as these sides are clear of wicking, this should work. Okay. See if she fits in there now. Not going down the whole way. But you know, doesn't want to go down the whole way. Big gap.
Yeah, my apologies. I think you've got to trim a bit off the top to allow room for it to shut. I think if you've got too much cotton, I've just dug mine out and went have a look. Where are you? Give us a fucking mod. I know there's not a lot of room for the cotton on the top. Just dig this out. Oh my god, it's monkey like. But you've got to kind of like, don't know if you can see that, but you've got to kind of like, come here, you little shit. You've got to, that's obviously monkey, but you've got to like brush it back. So fuck off. There, you've got to, well, we're sideways view. You've got to brush it right back so there's hardly anything in the way of it. Takes very little. Yeah, there's just too much cotton on the top, buddy. You just need to trim the top back.
Okay.
Because as you can see there, mine, if I put mine there, just click straight in. So trim a bit off the top. Oh, well, that's monkey, that. Now it is, that'll still gone, that. I bet that's still nice. But if I put juice in that, I just trim a bit off the top and push it back a bit. But maybe keep the just make sure you keep that little tab in the bottom. I forgot because there's not a lot of room in the top. So you're kind of fighting with the cotton. I'll put some juice in to see if it's still vaping well. Putting a high in it. Just comb that bit at the top right back. So I think that's what it is. There might be a bit too much cotton on the top end, mate. That's probably what's stopping you close it down. It doesn't need a huge amount of cotton on the ends. I do apologise because it's been that long ago since I've wicked it.
I've been putting it off because it's just been sitting here the whole time, and it's like, we'll get to it.
Just trying to like push your cotton back towards the coil. But here we go. This one been sitting here for God knows how long. I need some batteries. Hope you had some batteries, you dumbo. For me G-Class. Positive down. Positive up. Cover back on.
Still gonna get.
Oh my little fucker circle. Just take a bit more of the cotton on the top. I'll tell you where it's catching. It's catching on that edge. You know that flat edge? That flat edge has got to be, see that flat edge where your cotton is, it's got to be perfectly flush with that flat edge when you trim it back. Because that's what you do when you drag it, it's dragging the cotton down. Tuck it back over rather than forward. Oh, well. Come on, you fucker, you're dry.
Interesting. See if she closes.
Oh, that's disgusting.
What do you think? Is that enough or more?
That O-ring's got to go all the way in, mate.
All the way in.
Yeah.
It's weird because you don't see any of this. Like, you would think if you were pushing this in that this would, be flat when you pull it open.
Do you know when you wick the Kylan and you've got to have that nice little flat edge? So if you trim that back flush with that edge, because you'll see where the screw is. That's all you've got to play with. You know what I mean? That's it. Yeah. Because that's the flat edge there. And this coil is just disintegrated. Jesus Christ, mine's fucked. My coil's broke. Got it out.
Time I picked you up outside of school, you said, screw my dad, I make my own rules. It was easier than so.
It's as flat as you can get on that edge. As flat as you can get on that edge.
Take me back to those easy summer days when we stopped at nothing, babe. Yeah, we stopped at nothing, baby. They couldn't take us, they couldn't change us, they couldn't catch us if they tried. No, we didn't care at all about winter or spring or fall. We felt so alive, and girl, we were thriving on kisses and sunshine and mischief. Yeah, we had one of those things.
Oh, look at that. You were right. That's exactly what it took. And now she's the whole way in there.
It's a bit like when you're wicking the Kyle, it's a bit like that, you know, you've got that daft little fanny's hair fucking gap to get it down. You just
But
gotta
the
sit
Kyle
it in.
has enough room. You create a bow tie and everything is a hunky-dory.
Yeah.
This one's real finicky. You don't leave any bits of it on that top.
Oh,
it's legit metal to metal over there.
I do admit it's a fuck on. But once you've done it a couple of times,
it becomes a lot easier.
Yeah.
Colin was the same way.
It took me quite a while to get to the bottom of that. I mean, oh man, fucking hell, wrong screwdriver.
How ridiculous does that look? There's no overhang. I mean, not really.
And obviously,
the tops,
you know,
unscrews, huh?
Yeah. And just take it easy if you're gonna burn. When you burn, get a gun, you know what I mean?
Look at that. Do one of them.
Come on, you little fucker.
Can't unscrew the top cap. There. It's too tight. Wow.
I think that's what put a lot of people off it, because when you're first trying to figure it out, it is finicky.
And don't tighten your top cap too much. You need a seal for the O-ring. And those threads are dry. I know I cleaned this thing and ultrasonically, you know, washed it before I put it away. Should have put a little VG on there. Mrs. Hunky Vape, hello and welcome.
Hello, Mrs. Hunk.
She's in Nashville, Tennessee. All right. Let's put this in there. We'll fill her up halfway for now.
Good man, you got a
First off, let me wipe off my hands that are covered in VG from various wick haircuts, trims, and the like. Let's clean our mod and tank off. Here's the final production. That's on the OBS fingerprint. All right, 21 watts isn't going to be enough. Or 0.14. Am I going to remember how to unlock this mod? Not the up and down. it's programming the fingerprint reader. Up and down.
Oh, no.
Up button and fingerprint. And down button and fingerprint deletes the fingerprint.
Holy shit.
3 clicks up unlocks the device. All right, 35 watts to start. What do you think? You can breathe through it.
What's it reading? What's your ohms coming out
Super
at?
chat. Man, that hasn't worked in I can't tell you how long.
Thank you.
The treasurer's dishing out some money. Thank you, Mrs. Hunky Vape. Wonderful.
Thank you.
You know what? Compared to some of our new graphics, this one is kind of needs some work.
See, you're a fucking nitpicker. I told you. Told you were a bloody nitpicker, but you wouldn't have it.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at this one. Is it actually going to work?
I won't blow my own trumpet, like, but you know.
I don't know, bud.
There you go. Just don't mind. See how it's square with that face and it's just a touch tucked in the gap. Same on the other side. It's very just you leave a gap for the thing and you just if you're stuck, all you do is you just give it a haircut on the top. That's all you do if it's gonna be a twat. I'm gonna soak this up and hopefully that should do the job. I think I've got this, like, quietly confident.
I'm at 35 watts, and it's not as wet and saturated as the Kylan M from my memory. Thank you, Mama. Not as flavorful as a stock tank either.
See, it might need a little work. It's a bit finicky. To be honest, I wouldn't really expect you to get it first time.
The nice thing about this design, though, is you can flip it upside down and open it back up.
Yeah.
So for a finicky tank, that is a good feature.
I mean, if you did it wrong, totally wrong, it would just go in one end out the other. It would just fucking flood. It would just piss out. That was another thing with them. If you got it wrong, you poured in the top and it came straight out the fucking bottom.
I don't see any hot spots on there, do you?
Nope. Looks good. Oh, wait, aye. You can fucking write down an arm.
And just like the Kylan, I'm going to make sure that the edges are rolled up against that mesh. And tuck in the ends. it can clamp straight down.
Oh, you little bus.
See if she seats back in there beautifully like she did last time. Come on. You want to drop down in there? I know you do. Oh, yeah.
Oh, bugger off, you little earpiece.
Was there any juice flow control in this?
No. Pure air.
Pure air pressure. And I see the hole there. And I see the hole there. Hey!
Told ya. It is. I'll hold my hands up. It's a pain in the fucking butt. But once you've done it a couple of times, and you know where you are, it's spot on. Like I say. I've just literally, like I say, in the time that you've spent, excuse me, the time that you've spent on that, I've recoiled and re-wicked mine because I know how to do it. You know what I mean?
How much
once you've done it a couple of times,
are you pushing to yours?
I'm hitting about, well, I'm bedding mine in because it's a new coil. I'm sitting here at 55 watts at the minute.
I'm not that brave yet.
It's it, but I mean, my coils. That's the coils I've got in. The 0.13s, and my range is 60 to 70 watts. So I'm just dropping. I'm just bedding it in a bit. So I'm at 55 at the minute. I'm taking a couple of hits on 55. Just get it bedded in, and I'll drop it, and then I'll pump it up to 60. Because at the minute, it doesn't feel hot enough. You know, you can hear the juice gurgling rather than vaporizing. So I'm going up to 60 watts now.
I want to check those holes on the bottom, make sure that they're still open.
Boom, there you go. 60 watts. My God. Wow, wow. That's a crap juice, and then it's bringing it, and it tastes fabulous in this.
Pull it up just a hair.
Like I said, you just want them peeking through that hole. You still need to leave the hole open because your juice flows under them holes, and it saturates the coil from underneath as well.
So making sure that the needle can fit underneath the cotton so that it's just damming that opening.
Just pretty much. You can poke it through
so
just a
pull
touch.
It up a little bit on this side.
Because if you don't dam it enough, you'll flood it.
I'd rather flood it than get a dry hit.
No, you will fucking seriously flood it. Honestly, it'll be shit. And then you'll get a dry hit. Once everything's equaled out, then you'll get a dry hit.
All right.
I'm sitting there now. 60 watts. Wow. Damn good tank when you get it right.
Well, the thing is, disposables spoiled everybody. Everybody thinks, I should be able to just pick it up and use it.
It's not a very forgiving tank. I'll be honest with you. It's not for like a newbie or somebody that's pretty new to it.
Yeah, but this is easier than the profile.
Yeah, but this one's.
I can't tell you how many times I had to whip the profile, watch videos on how to do it properly, and I would still get dry hits on it. Or I could vape it at 40 watts, but if I turned it up to the 60, 65 everybody else was using it, it would be nothing but dry hit city. It couldn't keep up with the vapor production.
This gun's two directions. Either fucking totally floods and it pisses out your airflow. When it floods, it just pisses out your air holes, or you get very dry. That's why you just need to poke that bit of cotton through the bottom.
I would have never thought of that. I've always, if there's a well, I want to put enough cotton in there to fill the well. I don't think about the fact that there's slots underneath the mesh, and you don't want that cotton all the way on the bottom of your deck because it's going to stop it from flowing into there.
Yeah.
As thick as VG is and as small as that opening is, you need the cotton to just dam that little section, that little millimeter between the opening on the top and the top of the channel for underneath the deck. Because the majority of your wicking takes place from under the deck.
That's
and
correct.
The wicking that you drop down in there only protects the ends from drying out.
Yeah, it helps the outsides, it stops them drying out. So you're kind of wicking, when you think of it, you're wicking from the ends and the center. So you've constantly got that wicking. You've just got to dry, haven't you?
55, it was great. 60, it's a pound salt.
Again, it's the same. It's not a first timer. You've got to work on it.
And you can tell exactly where it did it too.
Yeah, straight underneath. Yeah.
That edge right there.
Just poke it down a bit, lash it up again, and see what you get. Soak your cotton and then just give it a quick fire without the top on, just see if there's any hot spots. If there's no hot spots, you'll be fine.
Good point. Because I fired it up on there and it was so quick, you wouldn't have been able to tell if there's anything hot on it or not.
It's literally just a pulse because it gets that hot. You just literally want a quick pulse. I'm sitting there at 60 watts now, and well, I told you, I just totally stayed away from this stuff. And then obviously, when we got the mesh coil kits for the Titan, I pushed the boat out and had a go. And I thought, well, Shane, I've got it. I'm going to have a go at this again, and I managed it. And
I didn't have any issue with the Titan ever. It never gave me a dry hit with that dual series mesh. Because the electricity flows through both meshes before it makes a circuit.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
And 60 watts is the minimum where it doesn't boil it.
I mean, I could push it to 70, but I'm very happy with 60 because it's given us what I want. Could I go 65? Will I go middle? I'll go middle. Wow. I'm even getting bubbles. It's wicking that well.
I'll fill her up.
Ow. I mean, fucking hell, the fucking vape this thing produces is phenomenal. I mean, fuck me. Jesus. You can tell. Fucking hell. They were very, very cautious pulls.
They are. That's why I get so irritated about science that says, oh, the dangerous, harmful, toxic chemicals you'll breathe in. Nobody in their right mind's going to continue to breathe that stuff in. You'll get one pull of it and go, oh, no, that's not right. Something's wrong.
Yeah, you'll know. You know? I mean, that's sitting at 65, but I'm quite content at 60.
I'm content at 60. It's got heat. For mesh,
Yeah.
I don't ever really chase mesh for heat. I want it to be warm. I don't want it to be a cool vape.
You've got to bear in mind the way you vape as well, because obviously, if you like deep pulls, it's going to get warm. You know what I mean? So you don't want it too hot anyway.
Actually, I'm more happy at the 55.
You don't have to stick to the recommended wattages. It's just something if you're happy where you are. But if it gets too cool, you'll find that you'll hear the juice bubbling rather than vaporizing.
It's a more saturated vape for me at 55. Then again, my mesh is old. I've used it before.
There you go.
Yeah.
There's 60 watts.
I had mine at 60. I dropped it to
like
55. And I'm much happier with it now.
I mean, the amount of vapor this thing's producing for such a low wattage is it. He's done it. He's done it again. You've done it again. Done it again.
We're gonna get this. I'm gonna do this again. I want to enjoy this. I really do.
Cut them really short so they're flush with that. Tuck a bit in that shelf.
I'm like, where is this giving me a hot spot?
That's probably underneath that. You might what's your ends like? Let's have a look at the ends. There's too much down there. Try and give you a look at mine.
You can still see
Yeah,
through
you're
on the
not too
bottom.
bad there, actually. Yeah, you're not too bad.
Ironically, that's the one that's not given a whole heck of a lot on this side. I'm going to pull this out, and I'm going to put in just a single. This is the reason why YouTube channels, vape channels got started, is because people needed help figuring out how to get shit working. So for me, this failure is an actual win.
So I don't know if you can see that, but you'll be able to see what I mean by there. You see how that's just over the side there, there's a little bit of cotton just pulling over this. You just want to pull that back. That you want that cotton flush. You want that cotton.
Is practically wide open.
Yeah, it's just you're just literally just dropping a tiny little bit in. It's not. I mean, the other side's pretty much the same. You're just dropping a tiny bit in. It is a bit like the dam method, where you just drop a small bit in, but you've got to get that cotton pulled back flush with that face.
All right, let's do this again.
Because what I found that happens, I mean, it's not flush when you put the top down. It pulls the cotton out. No, it pulls it away from the center of the coil. It doesn't look pretty, but that's kind of where I'm at. You know, it's not the prettiest looking thing, but you fluff it back towards the coil. You just, like I say, you pop a little bit down there. And then when that goes on, line up with the air holes. Just tighten that down a bit.
Cut it flush on this side.
It just snaps
Go
in.
back from the other side, because we know scissors like to cut what's close but not what's far. Tuck just a little bit down.
That's all you need. That's pretty much
opening.
Now pull it back out a bit. You've got a bit too much in there. Stop there. That's all you need. You just want it poking through, and then get that the rest of it cut flush with that face. You're pretty much damming that top ledge up. Yeah.
Do the Mike Vapes angle cuts on the side. So there you go.
Not too bad, matey, yeah. Now
You
you
can
flush with
literally
that
see clear
face with your
through it.
wicks. Yeah, and you're very flush, and your cotton's flush with that flat face, yeah? Just comb it back towards the coil a bit if you need to, just to fluff it back up.
All right.
You'll kind of know when you put the top on when it gans. It gans in. Sometimes it gans easy. Sometimes it just gans with a little click. You'll just, you're nearly there.
Matter of fact, you could probably drop some right into here to assist in the wicking.
Yep. You could, yes.
Because everything is a channel for the wicking, and you need that bottom to not have any air in there. So literally filling that bottom chamber like I just did probably saturates the cotton from underneath.
Okay.
And yeah, I could see the cotton is actually saturated here and expanding to the ends. That bottom is legit filled with e-liquid. And the cotton is holding it there.
It does remind you of the Kylan, like I said in the early one, when you could wick and it was a twat, but when you got it right, you got it right. You know what I mean? You knew
And
when
that
it was
is
right.
legit full. I've legit put e-liquid on both sides and no longer going in. That cotton is fully saturated and that channel is fully open on the bottom. So now the only other thing I need to do is to take this end and tuck it in and tuck this in. So this metal and this metal is fully open to allow the top cap to touch it. And anything excess needs to be pushed up.
You need to push it back towards the coil, but as long as it's got to be flush with that flat face. Otherwise, you'll probably just rip your cotton out. That's it, you're getting there. Just push it back. Just push it back and let it sit up. It'll sit itself in.
So it's a different
It doesn't
bow
look
tie.
pretty.
It's the same idea. All right.
You'll be able to tell when you put it on, like the slot down. You'll just feel it click in.
If
it's
there's
not
no
fitting,
cotton in
that's
this way, it'll click in.
Yeah.
So there's the channel.
The air holes line up with the flats.
No, she's still not wanting to go in. Still too much cotton right here. Right here. Right there. You see that? This right here is where it's getting compressed as soon as it goes in.
So I'm saying when you can kind of see when you take it off where it's getting flattened or where it's getting pushed out.
They should have allowed for more space here.
Oh, without a doubt. Kind of like want that flat face lined up with your air holes.
See, Steam Crave has it so much easier because they give you an alignment notch here that matches up with a flat spot on the deck, so you know exactly what direction this needs to go in.
Yeah.
It's like it's close, but there's something in the way. And that something in the way is preventing it from going all the way down.
Push that end back a bit towards the coil because you can see it's overhanging. You know what I mean? You want that flush with that face. Back off that face. That's how you want it. Back away from that face. That's it. Want that clear. Then the other side, just back it away.
It's got to back away, but it's also got to not block this. This flat spot and this flat spot and this flat spot and this flat spot make contact with there and there and there and there.
Yeah.
The only space you have for cotton is right here.
That's correct, yeah. Sometimes you've got to give it a bit of a firm fucking dig to get down. I mean, sometimes, like I say, I'll put it on the deck and I'll just give it a little firm push and it'll click in. Now you're not lined up with your air holes. The screw wants to go where the air holes are. That's your basic guy. The screw wants to line up with the air holes. There you go.
Come
There you go.
Go all the way
Bang.
down. It doesn't want to go all the way down. Still too much cotton. That's the best I could figure. I'm going to try the Mike Vapes bow tie. Take this off here. Take this off here.
Yes, got some poking through the bottom as well still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Screw hold with the air hole. Make sure the air hole rings down.
Sometimes it does take a little bit of persuasion, to be honest, to get it in. Like,
Yeah, like that. And it snapped in, like you said.
it's not a forgiving tank. It's a bastard. Honestly, I would consider it to be a bastard to sort out.
But listen, man, they wouldn't have sold it if somebody who designed it didn't know exactly how to wick it every single time, and every single time it was the best vape they ever experienced. They wouldn't have dumped the money into manufacturing, so many, the thousands of these, if the thing didn't work.
Yeah.
Your camera's frozen.
Holy shit, what's happened there?
I don't know. Good there.
There you go. We're back. Don't know what the fuck happened there. No idea.
This latest driver from NVIDIA, man, did it mess with a bunch of stuff. I've already had OBS crash on me when I was practicing stuff. Producing a lot more vapor than it did before.
Oh, the clouds this thing chucks out is phenomenal, isn't it? I think that the false pretense is people think you need a lot of cotton hanging out at the end, but you didn't, because it's generally wicking from the bottom. That's the design.
It's drying up already. I'm starting to get that flavor that it's starting to dry. Somewhere in here, it's dry.
Odd.
It is drinking some of the juice. Can't get the deck out.
When you take the deck out, look at your cotton, see which parts of it are, if it's compressed any of the cotton, you'll be able to see where it's flattening it.
Right there, where my finger is.
Yeah.
So I'm literally going straight down into it and chopping off that wing. And same on the other side. Just a hair too much cotton.
I'll tell you what it is, right? You'll fucking You'll go off camera and you'll go, I'll have a fucking go at it, and I bet you bang on you'll get it off camera. I'll put me fucking bottom dollar on it, you'll get it.
That's a possibility.
Straight away. You will? Now you've got that idea in your head how it's supposed to go, you'll work on it to get it that way. It's rather than like, it would be easier for you to grasp it now rather than you going blind and, you know, doing whatever you need to do and think what you need to do and not getting any joy. Now you've got a rough idea of what you're aiming for, you'll get it. It took me a long time to figure out. This sat on the shelf for a year, man. Over a year before I went back to it. I think I wicked it. I took about 3 hits of it. I went, fuck that, it's going on the shelf. 3 I hit, and I left it. And I left it, and I left it, and I left it.
And then Steam Crave Titan was the one that gave you the courage to go, I'm gonna try that again. Yep. If I can get it to work on a Titan, I can get it to work on that little thing.
I mean, I did do my homework again. I did watch a few videos and that again, and just double check what they got in it. I thought, fuck it, yep, we'll go for it, and I just did it. Don't ask us how, why, when. It just fell in, and now I can pretty much get it 99% of the time.
But it's just like, you can't sell a product to the mass market and have it be this finicky. I mean, this drops in so much easier now that I trimmed it just a millimeter off of the corner here, a millimeter off of the corner here, and then I restaged it by using the flat part to make sure everything was past that wall, so nothing was sitting on that whole wall. I don't think it's just the corners. I think it's legit all the way around. You have to have it clear of cotton, otherwise it won't sit down.
Because like you see, when you look at the top cap, you look down them channels, that channel to sit the wick in is not very big for the amount of wick you've got sitting in the coil.
And the thing is, I mean,
it's
how
tiny.
thick is that wall where that opening is cut into? Dare I say 1/2 mil thickness for the metal?
Yep.
That they cage that opening in for the juice well?
Yeah. It's tight. It's tight. That's all it is. It's tight. I'm confident you will get it. Even if it's not today, you will get it eventually. I'm pretty confident.
That's a beautiful, wet, fully saturated vape. Now, 5 pulls later, is it still going to be the same thing? Oh, Bubbles, drive carefully in that rainstorm. I know it's supposed to storm here later on today, too.
Oh, yeah, be careful, Bubbles. Like I said, once you get it, I mean, I'm
okay,
quite
Bucko.
happy to take
I
a big...
appreciate it.
Thank you.
I appreciate you coming by. You don't have to stay for the full 5 hours. This is just a place for people to hang out, and that's why we run long, because we're not doing anything anyway. Yeah. And if you can come for 10 minutes,
just come in, chill,
stay hi to everybody. That's enough. Please don't feel obligated.
Yeah, please. Like I say, all you guys in the don't feel
this
like
isn't
you're
an
going to
AA
be
meeting
obliged.
where we're going to spank you if you don't stick around for the full meeting.
Yeah, that's it. You don't feel obliged to stick around with the full 5 hours. We know it is a long show. We don't expect people to be sitting here from start to finish. That's why we run so long, just so people can just drop in, drop out. We're more than happy with that.
It's okay. I'm not sold on it. And it isn't because I didn't get it bang on, like you told me right off the bat. I don't mind working at this. Matter of fact, the next thing I'm going to do is after the show's over, I'm going to clean the tank out and I'm going to get a brand new piece of mesh so that it's a perfect curve. Because with this being one that I've already yanked the cotton out twice, there could be a little warp in that or something where the cotton's not going to fully seat up against there comfortably.
Yeah, well, yourself, your mesh coil itself's got to be bang on. Any kind of crink or bringing.
And the tension on your cotton has to be bang on too.
Yeah.
You use 1.5 of those strands. I legit cut it back to one single strand and wicked it, and it was still not enough. So I trim some more and trim some more. So
it's always to try and get too much rather than too little in it. I think the best one I had was 1.5, and I think that was with I think it was cotton bacon I used the last time. But you know, the 3 milli cotton is pretty much all the same.
I've got some actual, you know, cotton that's supposed to be used for the Kylan M. I mean, is it going to be too much cotton for this? I don't know. Maybe not.
Maybe not. Just
it's pretty dense for the Kylan M.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. But I tried the one single. It worked, but like you said, you got a dry hit after about 5-6 pulls. So I thought, and then I looked and I thought, well, when you took it out, you could move the cotton. Yeah, you could move the cotton. I thought, well, you know, you shouldn't be able to move it that easy. So that's when I went 1.5. So you are forcing it through to an extent. You know what I mean? You don't want to, you are kind of like, come on, you bastard, get in. But once it's in, you just give it a little wiggle. And that's
so you
where,
need
that's,
to be generous
that's where I
with the
found the
cotton.
sweet spot.
You need to be generous with the cotton, and you also need to be generous with your scissor. You legit have to make sure, not just one snip at the edge of the thing, but once you drop them down in there, you need to go back and give it a multiple haircuts like a hairstylist. Goes back over the same area. She'll get it generally the right length. Then she'll, you know, break it in, and
that's kind of where I was. Like, if you cut it flush with that wall and then brush it back towards the cotton, then you can trim the top off. You know what I mean? But you've got to keep it flush with that wall. Like I say, otherwise there's too much for the top to go on. And you need to dip a bit. You need to dip a little bit in that well. Otherwise you'll just fucking
sensation again. But that's okay. That's the reason why we have our all-day vape that we turn to. We have other devices we can turn to and go. That one didn't work, so let me use this for a while. Let me calm back down, de-stress. And
you will get it. You'll get it.
Once you figure it out, you know, you can repeat that process to do exactly what you
now you know what
before.
But now you know what you're kind of aiming for, rather than working blind. You know what I mean? Now you're kind of sitting. Well, I need to put a bit in there. I need to do that. You know what you're aiming for now, rather than just working blind. Because, like I said, generally, I think people probably just cut it back. They wouldn't even tuck anything in there. It would either float or dry, hit the hell, and they'll just go and fuck that, shelve it. That's exactly what I did first time I got it, when doing like that.
But mate, that's the reason I always go to the arbiter.
Yeah.
I don't have to pay attention. I just yank it through, snip, tuck it in, tuck it in, tuck it in, tuck it in, put the cap on, I'm good. I'm off and running.
And that to me is your perfect RTE. Sometimes these are over-engineered, and you've got to be finicky. They over-engineer them, man. They put too much fanning on in it. You know, you don't want to be doing that.
I'd say the same thing about the Osiris. That's why I called it the BMW of vaping. Does it do what it says it does? Oh, hell yeah. Does it give you a superior vape? In many aspects, yes. But does it need to be so complicated?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Seriously?
They over-engineer them. Over-engineer them, man.
I think this was the epitome of the rebuildable coils.
And like you said, that's why they work.
You tighten your coils, you cut them off after they're dropped in at the right height. You plow some wicking in there. It doesn't really have to be exactly the right density. It doesn't have to be exactly the right length. The only thing you need to make sure of is, just like this one, you don't want to stuff those holes with the cotton.
No.
So you comb the shit out of the ends of the cotton, and then you drop them in. Once you comb them out, you've thinned out that cotton, and you can legit drop all of it in there. Easy peasy. The amount, whether you combed 15 times or 10 times, is irrelevant. As long as it's not stuffed in there, it'll give you an amazing vape. And you can crank that sucker up as high as you want. And it never gives you dry hit.
That's what I like with the Titan, you see, because it's the postage style deck. So it's more open for you to work on. You know, you've got room to work on it. That's why it works. Even when you put a coil in. Postage decks
For me,
are fantastic.
the best mesh experience I've ever had has been with the Titan with that dual series mesh.
Oh, without doubt. I totally agree.
I've never experienced saturation like that in my entire life. It ain't about how much clouds you're chucking. It's about how saturated those clouds are. And for you to get that much volume of saturation, you'll never experience it without that using that tank. I don't care how good you are at vaping Chillin mesh or any of the other mesh tanks that are out there, rebuildables. It's just that much vapor and it's all saturated.
I mean, there's another thing you can tell when this is working. It fucking drinks the juice. It plows through the juice. You'll get there with it.
Begs the question, why is the top a screw-on top? Why didn't you do a quarter turn? Because you're going to be filling this multiple times a day.
I don't mind the screw-on tops, maybe because I think sometimes with the quarter turns, when that gasket wears, it just comes too slack and you just get air seeping in through the top.
But I also think that when you have the screw on top, you're also pressurizing your e-liquid. So you get a fantastic experience, even though you didn't wick it correctly. But after about 4 or 5 pulls, now there's a vacuum inside of there because you've used up some of that e-liquid and some of the air has to make its way back in there. And it's like...
You've just reminded me of an old trick with the old school ones, because what we used to do in that scenario, right? You'd sit there, you'd take a couple of pulls, right, like, get your vacuum, but then you'd just crack the top off, let it bubble, and then crack it back tight, and that would chop and solve. That's what we used to do in the old days. You used to have to just uncrack it, let the air come in, let gravity do its thing, and then nip it back up.
That's
honestly, that's what you used to have to do
in my book. I'm sorry.
You had to do that with some of the older tanks.
The only time I crack that top open is when it's time to refill it.
Yeah, but that's what you had to do with some of the older tanks. You know, when you kind of got that and you just went like that, and you would see just bubble up, and then you just nip it, and it'd be fucking fine.
But see, this is the thing, and this is what makes designing these tanks become extremely complicated. Because it isn't just how much wick do you want in there, how big is the wick hole, how big are your coils that go in there, is there enough space for that, how much airflow do go through. You also need to compensate for how much wicking do you have preventing that vacuum-filled tank from getting air bubbles?
Yeah.
How perfectly can you get the resistance so that as soon as there's any vacuum in here, air's being drawn in to compensate for that? Yeah. Like as soon as you stop pulling on it, you should see air bubbles.
Yeah, definitely.
And the problem I think with this Doom is you've got too much cotton in the way that's completely sealing that whole thing, preventing air from getting in. So you're naturally creating a vacuum, which means that you have to be doubly good on getting the right amount of cotton in those holes.
I mean, the end of the day with the mesh coils, you want the cotton pushed on the mesh all the way at the end of the mesh. So anything after the mesh doesn't matter. You can cut it back. You can cut it back as far as you want, as long as it's flush with that mesh. That's the secret. So it doesn't matter what's on the ends. You can cut it back as far as you want. You probably cut it flush with the mesh if it come to that, and it would still work. But like I say, I mean, I've tried. Like I said, I've tried and tried and tried with that. And then, like I say, it was as recently as when we've done the tight, and I thought, fuck it, I'll have a go with this. Watched a few more videos, refreshed me fucking memory on it, and I got it. It just happened. You know, it's like it is with a lot of them. And like I say, I put a new coil on this. I must admit, that helps because that was an old coil. But I'm sitting there at 60 watts now, and I'll take a big pull on that, no problem now, easy peasy. I'm very confident. Ages ago, I wouldn't have.
Listen, I know that the tank can produce amazing flavor because there are people that swear that that's their all-day vaping. They don't want anything. They don't want anything else.
Flavor's fantastic of it. I've got a cheap run-of-the-mill juice in, right? That's just a cheap fucking 8, 9, 10 pound bottle of juice, right? You know, just cheap crap, and it's fantastic in that. And yet I can put in other tanks and shit.
Mesh definitely has its place, and I mean that's what's in these things.
Yeah.
But they're literally using robots to assemble these things now. It's not human assembly like they used to do in the past, because the amount of tension you put on that thing when you curl that coil needs to be exactly the same every single time, and only a robot can do that.
Yeah. But you'll get that, mate. I'm telling you, you're not far away. You're not far away. You'll get it.
And I'm a tinkerer, so I'm going to keep messing with it until I get it right.
You'll
One
get
of these days, that's what you'll see me vaping on it when we go from beginning to end of the stream. Once I get it right. I know how good the profile was, but even with the profile, once I did get it right, it still didn't last me but 3 days before it started going dry again.
Yeah.
But for 3 days, man, was that a beautiful saturated experience.
This is the same. It's once you've done it a couple of times, you'll master it. I can get it right every time now, and I don't know how, but I can. I don't know. Don't ask us how, but I just can. Because I know what I'm aiming for. But like I said, this time a couple of years ago, it just sat on the shelf. I went, fuck that.
People say the same thing about the Arbiter, because they don't like the thin combs out. They like to cut it and drop it and move on. With this one, I instinctively always combed my ends of the cotton out. And that's why I never got a dry hit experience. I always thought that was the most saturated coiled tank I have ever had.
This combing thing's only recent, isn't it? You never used to do that. You never used to comb your cotton out. Never. I still build your tank now, and I don't comb it out at all. I just drop it in.
What got me to start doing that is when I actually bought 5 different brands. This was an experiment I was going to do a long time ago, until I realized it's kind of like my high school experiment. For physics class, I had to come up with a theory to test. And very shortly after I did the theory and started doing the research on it, I realized it's something that can't be proven. So I had to come up with a new project. Well, it's the same thing with this. For me, it was, I bought 5 different brands of cotton, shoelace cotton, right? And they're all different diameters and different density. And for certain tanks, this one worked better than that one. The Vape Fly worked better than the Cotton Bacon versus the other one. And it's just like, there's no best one. Every tank's going to be different.
Definitely. I think that's why, like, Muji was such a big hit, because that you could kind of put that on anything. I mean, theoretically, they're hiding an RDA, but I can quite happily wick a tank with it and vape on it, no problem.
Yeah,
because you know what you're doing with it.
But that also requires you to have a little variance in there in your tolerances.
Yeah.
And Muji was very forgiving, because sometimes you peel that layer off of the Muji and you would take a bunch of cotton with it, and sometimes it wouldn't take hardly any cotton off, because only that very edge is flat.
Yeah. But again,
so that's where the width made a difference.
And sometimes you obviously the length you cut as well, because like you say, when you cut them now and you thin them out, but sometimes you maybe cut them just a hairs longer, you don't need to thin them out because you can just tuck it in, you know what I mean? It just depends on your length of your cut. Because years ago, we never fucking thinned cotton out. Never. Just you cut it the length and popped it in. You just didn't force it in, that's all. If you force it in, you're fucked. But if you just drop it in, you're a champion.
Well, the shoelace now is gotten to the point now where you can have a really dense cotton, and that shoelace on the end, when they heat shrink it, really, really, really compresses it down, and you don't realize how dense it is until you're pulling it through.
Yeah.
And then you get complete separation of all your coils when you're pulling it through, and it's like, that's too thick. That's too dense. I need a thinner shoelace to go and fit in here.
But there's that as well, because obviously, you've kind of got to get. I mean, it's probably easy once you're doing it well. Once you first start, and you've got to get that correct tension, because obviously, when you tuck your ends in or cut the length, you got to remember that cotton expands as well when it's full of juice. So you've got to kind of think about that as well. If you took too much cotton, it might go, I've got a gap there.
I realized that was that situation where you can see the difference between the shoelace and the actual cotton. And this cotton is not chintzy. This is a dense cotton.
Yeah.
So pulling it through, as long as the only separation of my coils was that first coil wrap versus the rest of it, then it was the right density to pull through. But the end, because of how matted down it is and how dense this is, that definitely needs combed out. Because that matted end acts as a single piece of cotton, not a bunch of little capillaries
strands,
near each other.
Yeah, not strands. Yeah, it was
That's
kind of
what
like
me to comb it.
Like it was kind of like in the old days, you know, like when we were using just the wire. And when you were pulling your coil, if you were pulling your coil, you had too much. You know, if you physically moved your coil, that would probably still work today. With if you've got if your coil's actually.
I notice that with my drop a lot of the time. Sometimes those ones I pull them through, I legit have to put my fingernail there to keep the whole coil from bending on that drop.
Yeah, but that generally means that you've got a bit too much in. You shouldn't be moving your coil. You know
if it was rebuildable, I would have to like pull a piece of that cotton off the shoelace
regularly
to slide that through there. But because it's a drop, it's a dripper, I don't really care. I just drip on it, vape it, drip on it more than I normally would.
Drippers are more forgiving. You can, you sell a dripper. You can pretty much chuck any. You can brush it. You can comb it out. You can put it in without combing it out. The drippers are so forgiving.
You can vape a dripper with no cotton in it whatsoever. Just drip the coil.
Yep. Exactly.
Can you get a dry hit from it? Well, yeah, if you take a very long toke on it, sure, you're going to.
Oh, God.
But for flavor testing, there's been times where I've just been sitting here by myself, I'm like, let me just whip together like 5 variations of this e-liquid and try them out one by one. And I don't put the cotton in the coil. I just legit drip it on there and I taste it. Then I drip the alternate on there, taste it, drip it, taste it, then move to the next one.
Up for taste, you can do that. If you just got to take one little talk, yep, that's that one. Yep,
and then it's just like, okay, which of these 5 actually tastes better? And that's the recipe that I'm going to make a bigger bottle of to try in something that's rebuildable.
Definitely. Honestly, I'm quietly confident you'll get that. I mean, like I said, I'm happy. I was terrible with mesh. I stayed away from it for a long time, and now I'm quietly confident,
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the 5-hour mark once again. So it's time for us to cut this off. Say adieu to all of you, because that wraps up another episode.
There you
So
go.
my wishes always, peace, love, and Hunky Vape to all of you, to E-Cig Combustion. See you same time, same place next week.
Always come in, we're going.
Al Ben, hello and welcome to the stream. My apologies for all of you I missed. Louis?
We're going now,
Bubbles.
mate. Sorry.
Neil Pitts. Sorry.
As always, guys in chat, thank you for popping in. Like I said, with it being here for the full hours, or you've just dropped in for 20 minutes, half an hour, we do appreciate your time. But before you leave, please hit that thumbs up. And for all you guys who are watching the replay, thank you very much. Hit that like button, whatever. It does help us out in the algorithm. Sorry to push the channel, but it does help us at the end of the day. And as always, remember, please, guys, if you've got hand checks in, whack them in to Hunky's social media. You can put them in Discord. You can put them on his Facebook. Whack them in with your hand checks. What if you've got any jokes for dad jokes? Whack all that stuff in and all. We will feature them on the show. We've got no problem with that. Or anything you like to discuss, whack it in. The usual channels to get in touch with Alex. Put it all in. And yeah, another cracking show again. Thank you guys in chat. Absolutely brilliant having you all in with us. Thanks, Alex, again for having me on. We're still going and going strong, apparently. And as always, tune in, same time, same place next week. And until then, you all stay safe, vape safe, and we'll see you all very soon. You all take care now. Have a smashing week. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye now.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.